Welcome everybody. Welcome to the Tuesday dev stream. Hello. It's so small. My chat has not come in yet. H Hig, hello and welcome. Okay, I'll make it normal. I know you guys can see that. Me rescaling the chat's the only way I can look at the chat without actually going over to YouTube. Okay, so there's major spoilers. Well, not major spoilers. I mean, there's like visual spoilers in this stream, the thing I'm going to be working on. I know a lot of you guys probably don't care too much about spoilers, which is groovy. Some of you guys do, so I'm just letting you know that if you don't want to spoil the game, well, this stream is full of spoilers. Chocolate Chicken, hello and welcome. Okay, so yeah, again, I think it's kind of just light visual spoilers. There's a scene at the end of the game where sort of the forest is restored or whatever. Is that even a spoiler? That's kind of a trope. I think everyone knows it's going there. And we're going to be working on that forest restored visual scene. So, yes. Lord of Walnut, hello and welcome. Spoilers only for demo or also for full game. These are going to be full game. Yes. Full game visual spoilers. I mean, it's not like, yeah, I'm not giving away a twist or something like that. Okay. It's very strange that the chat takes so long. I know I complain about it every time. I should probably shut up. All right, so I'm working on this animation here. And I'm just gonna see where we're at with it so far. So I'm gonna put us in developer start settings. I might even maybe should put us in developer winter start settings because it's highly likely that the player will be doing this in winter, potentially even in fall. So I want to make sure that it works with that. Okay, so we've got our dark forest prefab here. I need to turn off the dark forest. I just want to see what happens right now when you enter into here. Here's dark forest. Yeah, the spoilers are tough because, like, we have fans of the game, but we also have fans of the dev stream, and if I can't do spoilers, I cannot work on the game. It's literally impossible. I mean, everything is a spoiler, right? Especially when this late stage, everything I'm working on is going to be showing glimpses of stuff. But I do think it's pretty different. Seeing someone work on something is pretty different than actually experiencing it, because we're just going to be so neck deep in exactly the tiny little part. I don't even think that people will have a context for it. I've actually been told on eShade that folks who watched the dev stream, they actually felt like when they actually saw those moments in the game, it actually enriched it for them. Because you have absolutely no idea where this goes as you're working on the dev stream, or as someone is watching the dev stream, they have no context for what the heck I'm even doing. And then finally, when they come to that moment in the game, they're like, oh, that's what he was working on. And some people tell me that it made that moment even a little bit more special for them because they saw all the stuff that went into it and stuff. So that's why I decided that I'm just going to not worry about spoilers on the dev stream. But I understand if people need to dip out, no worries there. So, so I've got the winter start settings, and I'm going to place the player. Whoa, my camera's all crazy. Where are you, player? Where are you? There you are. I'm going to place the player over by our secret handy dandy door. That will let me go into the dark forest very quickly and easily. Okay. So I'm going to turn on the test tools. Let's get those test tools here. And, oh, they're already on. So let's click on the entry and make sure to, okay, it's already set to dark forest. So when I walk in the dark forest, I'm I'm expecting to sort of, oh, I didn't even finish coding this part. I'm expecting to see the scene immediately. That's how I'm designing this thing. So if the restoring anim is complete, then we want to go ahead and go straight to, oh, we need one more parenthesis here, to just sampling the animation at the end. Otherwise, we're going to do another check. If restore forest anim, then we want to go ahead and play the animation. Oops. What did I do wrong here? Oh, right. Let's go world state dot get bool. And I will actually make a start setting for this. So I'm going to version off the winter start settings that I'm using right now. Turn up my sound. Hey, Nanani. Chat is, it always starts working, but it takes like 20 minutes, seemingly, to get started. Let me reopen the, I just have to alt tab over to Twitch to see it. Chat, let's open that. It's very peculiar. It takes so long. There it goes. Now it's working. I'll do one test message. Okay. Oh, and on YouTube, there's been some messages. Hello, Amber Fisher and Sad Musician. Hello and welcome back. What is your recommendation for most influential YouTube channels for game devs to watch? For marketing specifically, I don't know about YouTube channels, but I think that Chris Sikowski, he's more of a blogger, is the best resource for games marketing. I think that Jonas Tyroller has a couple really good videos about, they're not really about marketing. They're about basically appeal. He has a couple really good videos about that. Like almost like best in class, almost like seminal videos about appeal. He has actually a really cool formula for appeal on Steam. I think it's something like it's the core fantasy. What is the formula? I don't remember right now. It's just bugging me. Jonas Tyroller appeal fantasy. Let's see if Google throws it at the top. Oh no, it's not going to throw it at the top. That would be too useful. Anyway, yeah, I recommend Jonas Tyroller as well. Okay. Vidunk, hello and welcome. How do you organize your scripts? I'm having trouble because things are getting really messy. How do you choose the game's art style? Well, how do you choose the game's art style is, I think it depends what your style is as an artist, or whoever is the lead artist at your company that's going to decide, most people, it's hard to just like choose an art style. Some people just buy a bunch of assets and stuff, but I would argue the people who do that, they kind of don't really have an art style anyway. So your art style is usually born of the artist at the helm, right? Like eShade looked a certain way because that's my personal heart and soul. That's my style as a 3D artist. My life's journey as a 3D artist brought me to that kind of style, and it's full of all of my influences and all my loves and all of my, inspirations and stuff. And Songs of Glimmerwick looks completely different from eShade because Songs of Glimmerwick is Jacqueline's. She is the lead artist, and she has a different style and everything. And she is a different medium too. She's does digital illustration, not 3D. So that's why the game looks completely different. Also extremely beautiful, but completely its own thing. In terms of organizing your scripts, I don't really have any high level advice for that. Yeah, I don't know. There's like a million different ways, right? Like architecture is its own entire study. There's a million different ways to architect code software in general. Hey, Nanani says, would you like a useless AI response? Yeah, exactly. That's what Google always does. And if there is anything that AI ever seems like it would be good for, it never can do it, I find. It's like, oh, you know what would great if AI just knew exactly this one little thing that you would think should be able to know, but it never does. It's never useful in the way that you think it would be useful. It always tries to be useful in ways that you want it to effing get lost. Kate, hello, welcome back. Wasn't able to catch you streaming for a long time. Well, glad you're back. Good to see you. Oh, rock on watching the recordings. Very cool. Oh, thank you. Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. We just got to finish the game. Hopefully everything will be all right. Okay, so we've got the developer winter start settings. I'm going to duplicate those, and I'm going to call this the forest restoration start settings. By the way, I mentioned that there's going to be kind of visual spoilers in this stream. I just want to mention that again since there's more people here now. Just visual spoilers. I'm not like, it's not possible to really spoil things in Glimmerwick in the sense that you could spoil like Inception or something like that, the movie Inception. Like, it's not like a twisty sort of, oh my God, here's the thing that you didn't expect. So, I mean, I think in many ways the story of Glimmerwick is going where you would expect it. It's not that kind of game. It's not trying to blow your mind with narrative twists. It's sort of, just the tone and the vibes of being in the world. So, and then you kind of get to see the character arcs play out. But I won't be spoiling the character arcs here. We're just working on the forest restoration cutscene. So, and there's no dialogue in it. It's just a visual thing. But I just wanted to mention that in case people don't want to see spoilers. Yeah, I totally understand. Hey, Nani, if you want to dip out. I will mention with eShade, I just said this a moment ago, but more people are here now. With eShade, a lot of people told me that during the dev stream, they saw me working on something. There were people who watched the dev streams of eShade for years, and then when they played eShade, since you have absolutely no context for what I'm actually working on, the moment that it finally does come in the game, for some people, it was actually a little bit enhanced. They were like, oh, wow, I remember Danny work. So that's what he was doing. That was what all that work was going into. But yeah, that's neither here nor there. I just wanted to mention that. It seems to not completely spoil it for some folks, but I also totally understand if you feel like it would spoil the moments. Okay, forest restoration cutscene, and then the thing I need to do is I need to add to the game bools. We have another bool that should be true here. Where are the game bools here? Starting functions, mail, here we go. Starting game bools, there's one at the end here, and we want to say restore forest anim. Kate says, you've got this. I know you were worried that you'll ship something rather than a good product, but we have faith it will be a masterpiece. Oh, you're too kind. You're too kind. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, man. Yeah, we'll I appreciate the reinforcement. Okay, so forest restoration. Cutscene. James says, first time viewer to stream. I wanted to say I loved the demo for Songs of Glimmerwick, and I'm looking forward to buying the fall game. Oh, the full game, I imagine. You're not a first time viewer. What are you talking about, James? Unless you're a completely different James. What? I don't understand. Maybe you're a completely different James. Okay, so we've got the camera has gone to the right position, which is cool. And I think it did play the animation. So I think that that's perfect. This is a little bit darker than perhaps I'd want it, but once the light comes, I think it's going to look really pretty. The other thing I wanted was this sort of subtle pan going on. So I guess we'll first start with the the sun animation. So this is the camera that we want. And then we need to animate all this stuff sort of turning into something beautiful. One issue I have is if the players do it at night, I don't really know how to handle it. I think tonally it would make sense if like it was the next day when the player finished it, but I don't know how that's going to play. That might wreak havoc on other things that might be going on in winter. So I'll just have to see how that goes. Hello, Werbus. Okay, James, you have me tripping. I was like, what is even going on? I'm glad that everything seemed to look right. It didn't have any snow, which is actually what we want in the dark forest. So now let's go work on that. Let's work on the actual animation. One thing is that the sun didn't seem to get brighter, which is a little bit odd. So I don't know what that is all about. Looking at the animation, we've got the dark forest restoration, the animation. So the sun does get brighter here, but it didn't seem to get brighter in the animation. I don't understand why that's the case. Oh, we might have had here we go. Yeah, we just had a null reference exception. I bet if we fix that, it'll work. So there's the restoration camera, but we can start working on other stuff too. Like I think the subtle pan, I think it really can be very subtle. So here's the restoration camera. Oh man. Seems like we're not even going to be able to work on it unless we back out and go to the main scene. This is one thing that kind of annoys me about Unity. It's really hard to like work on animations and stuff inside of a prefab, which I mean, not just animations. It's hard to work on anything inside of a prefab because it doesn't show the camera logic still sticks to the main scene. Let's take a look at Dark Forest, but I think the trick is just to work on the prefab in context here. Okay, so here's the Dark Forest, and then we've got our restoration animation. Let's work on this, and I just want to set some keyframes. So the position, I don't want to stray too far from this position, but oops. So I moved the camera back. Now click back on the restoration VC, and then I want to go into keyframe mode and just move this a little to the left. I'm going to keep an eye on the camera. I know we can't go too much to the left because it'll start to reveal the stuff. So here, so we still actually have coverage over here. How far can we go before we lose coverage? We still have coverage. That's very impressive that it was that far out. Surely we're going to lose coverage eventually. There we go. Now we've lost coverage. So now I'm just going to move the camera over until we sort of get back our coverage to the edge. I guess we don't even need to go that much. And then we're going to go to the end, the last keyframe here. And we're just going to pan the camera over. Seems like we might even like kind of move the camera up, might look a little bit nice. Oh, now we're actually losing coverage in the top left over here. So maybe we don't need to pan it up quite that much. Okay, so I think we should be able to play this. So this is roughly what it's going to look like. Look at that. We don't need to go that fast at all. So we don't need to go that far over by any means, and we don't need to go that far up. And this little carpet here is going to be gone as well. Let me click on the keyframes for the camera. Oops. Oh dear. I want to just look at the position, which should be, looks like a red line. So I'm going to look for a red line here. There's a red line. Oops, I don't want to move it. I just want to not add a key. I want to click on this. What is going on here? Why can't I click on the keyframe? I'm so frustrated right now. Press F. Okay, there we go. Right click. There we go. The right tangent is going to be linear and the left tangent is going to be linear as well. There we go. Now we should just get like a smooth movement. And look at how fast that movement is. Completely unnecessary to be that fast, which means that I can go to the first keyframe and just move the camera over to the right a little bit. And then I can go to the last keyframe. I actually kind of like where the camera ends up. So maybe I don't. Oh, the Y. Let's also look at the Y in the dope sheet. And let's make sure the Y is also on right tangent linear and left tangent linear. Okay. Hello, PVT. I've been doing nothing but cutscenes for my game. Yeah, cutscenes can definitely be quite tedious. We try not to do too many of them. This is kind of interesting how we start kind of up high. I wonder what that's all about. I could have sworn we were starting at a lower Y level. Let's make sure that we're going high to low here, or low to high. So let's just move the Y down a touch, like to here, and then all the way at the end here, we want to make sure that the Y is actually going up. I'm just going to fill in this area over here, which is going to be, well, let's grab one of these big old floor darkeners as well. It's so laggy right here because the whole world is drawing. If I look away from the world, it should be a little less laggy. So just looking right through the camera, it seems like that tree, I can get a massive amount of coverage just by duplicating this bush and turning it on its side like this, and then scaling the bejesus out of it. And it's going to be really low texel density, but it's just to catch the camera from seeing things that I don't want the camera to see. So there we go. Now let's look back at our animation. Let's hit play. Here we go. Yeah, it doesn't even need to go that fast. It really doesn't. You know, the whole thing is probably too fast. Let's just slow down everything. So right now it's a 3 second. Let's make it like a 5.5 second. Let's see if that looks nice. That seems a little bit better, the speed. I think we probably are going to want even more time here. Let's make it go like 7 seconds, but the actual sun getting brighter should not take that long. So let's go to the sun keyframes, and I just want to move those back a little bit. And I think we can duplicate the keyframes at the beginning where the sun is sort of not brightening. I want to make that happen sort of a little bit faster than the camera pan. So I'm just going to squish that down a little bit. So the camera starts panning, and there will be a fade. So it's going to fade in right here. And then there's going to be, the sun will get brighter. It's probably brighter really than I'd like it, but yeah, I think it just looks brighter in this view. So I'm not going to worry about it too much. I wonder if we just have a straight pan on the Y. Let me just delete the Y keyframe. That really changes it. It's so hard to even tell where the Y is. Here we go. Why did that mess everything up? Let me just move it down a tiny bit on the Y. And then I'll just copy that Y keyframe, put it at the beginning. So we just have a straight left to right pan. I think that's just going to make things a little bit simpler. It's kind of confusing when the camera's sort of going up. It just doesn't really feel right. I think that's going to be great. I think that's a real pretty shot. We could probably make this area look prettier since it is going to be this final shot here. Werbus says, I do not like animations from Unity. It's too easily messed up. I don't mind animating in Unity. Werbus says, I have the camera's shots instead and use them as objects you can switch between. This is much more elastic because I can move them and control easier. Yeah, we do that too. We use the Cinemachine like priority system. And when you like talk to an NPC, it goes to the NPC camera and it switches. We definitely do both of those. But sometimes when you've got a really specific thing you're going for, sometimes animations just, I find a little bit easier. All right, so the other thing we need to do, the God rays should come in just by the fact that the sun is gonna get brighter. But the other thing we need to do are these spores. So these spores that are everywhere need to go away. And to make them go away, first of all, let me apply changes here, and then I can deactivate this prefab. And then I'm going to go in here and I just want to check out the spores. The spore particles. So let me click or search for spores. Toxic spores. There we go. Oh, these are ones you actually catch, so we don't want those. Although those will go away too. We want these big, big ones that go over the entire forest. There we go. So here's the spores. And I just want to look at their material. The material is definitely going to be the easiest way to do this. So toxic spore ambience. Open. So we've got toxic cloud and toxic spore ambient. What is toxic spore ambient? Is it literally just like, oh, okay. So those are the little tiny dots. And then we have the clouds, which are just kind of, well, clouds. It's sort of more of a mist thing. So what they both use the shader blend surface. And I'm trying to figure out, it's definitely going to be a global parameter. Toxic spore ambience. So this is additive ambient surf. So we've got two different shaders that we're going to need to do. The most important one is the this little one. So the additive ambient surf. So let's go additive ambient surf. That is it. And additive ambient surf particle. I'm going to check that out and let's look into this shader. What I want is a global shader parameter that's going to allow this to be affected by something that we can set in code. So we don't have to go, referencing a bunch of components or something like that. Just rather do it at the shader level. I think it'll be easier. Let's see. Sad Music Man says, thoughts on Next Fest? Next Fest is a wonderful, wonderful opportunity. You get one of them. For people that don't know, Steam gives you one Next Fest, and your game you put in your playable demo, and it's pre-launch, and lots of people can play your game, and you have a huge opportunity to go blast off if your game is interesting to people and it's in the right sort of genre and looks great and everything. Then people will play it. And hopefully your demo will knock their socks off and then they'll wishlist your game. Songs of Glimmerwick just went through its Next Fest. I know most of you guys probably know. Many of the viewers in here probably already know. And we did all right. We did okay. We would have liked to do a little bit better. It started off real shaky and I was really terrified. I actually streamed and I was just all sad and mopey. And by the end of Next Fest, we did okay. We got 11,000 wishlists from Next Fest, which is, for our target sort of sales that we want and need, it's all right. It's not amazing, but I also learned that Next Fest doesn't quite do as much heavy lifting as I thought it did. It seems like your demo launch actually is a bigger event than Next Fest, in my opinion, anyway. Maybe if you're a really small game and you don't already have the sort of like audience and reach, then maybe Next Fest kind of puts you on the map a little bit more than it would for a game that already has good natural lift. But a game that already has good natural lift, the demo launch is going to be bigger than Next Fest. Seems to be true. So what I want to do is a definitely some kind of property here that is like toxic spore. I'll call it like is toxic spore and give it is toxic spore, and we'll do a float, but like I want it to be of a binary thing, like an on or off. So unity bool floats in shader. Toggle, that's what I want. So by default, it'll be zero. And I just want the toggle here, is toxic spore. Okay, so then I'm just going to do an if. I'll do a uniform. I think it's called uniform, yeah. Uniform floats toxic spore fade. And I'm actually going to do it backwards. 0 is going to be 0% faded, and then I'm going to invert it, and then I'm going to animate it to 1, just because uniforms are by default 0, so I'm just going to go with that there. Oh, it might be material toggle. I just see on the other one we use material toggle, so I need to import this particular property. Float is toxic spore, and then in the surface function we're gonna do I don't know if the alpha is actually used. It is an additive shader, so I assume that it's probably not. So I'm just going to ask if is toxic spore, then we are going to multiply the albedo by 1.0. I'll just do 1f minus, wait, no, we don't do that. That's for C#. 1.0 minus that uniform toxic spore fade. And that should just fade it out. I'm pretty sure that's all we need to do. Okay. Sad Music Man asks, why not shader graph? I am not a fan of nodes. I find code to be a million times easier. So I don't know, it just doesn't jive with me. It just feels clunky. It's hard to understand what I'm looking at. So I much prefer writing the surface shader. The surface shader system is already a very sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, there's already a lot of shorthand stuff. It's already a very simplified shader language, the surface shader in Unity. It's not like writing a vertex frag shader. Vertex frag shader is like literally nothing. Like you need to write absolutely everything down to the perspective. I mean, obviously there's API calls for helping you with that stuff, but the surface shader already has a lot of the basic stuff that you want, and then you sort of have these magic little keywords to change things. I've just been doing it for years and it works well for me. All right, so I think that will work. And that was pretty simple to implement, so I should just be able to do it on the other shader. But let's get started by just doing it on the little dots, which will be the most obvious. So looking at the toxic spore ambience, I'm going to check out this, and we're going to do is toxic spore. Very good. And now what I need to do is animate the property here. And I'll actually just use a property on the Dark Forest Restoration 1 script. In fact, it seems like I'm not going to need Dark Forest Restoration 1. It just might be Dark Forest Restoration. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Let's do public float. Toxic spore fade. Fade, and by default, it's going to be 0. And I think that we can just, while the animation is going, we just want to be constantly assigning. Should we actually put it in update? I guess we will. Really, it's just while the animation is going. I don't want to be doing this unless the animation is going. So I will pull if the animation is playing. If the anim.is playing or something, yeah. Then we want to set the uniform. So it's shader.set global float. And then we're going to stick in our value, which I'll just copy and paste just to make sure I don't get this wrong. It's not is toxic spore, it's toxic spore fade. It seems like we're doing an underscore for our uniforms in other situations. So I'm just going to follow that same convention. Not that it really matters that much. I'm not really a stickler for conventions, which drives some programmers insane. I just feel like you shouldn't rely on conventions, because if you rely on conventions, then somebody's going to get it wrong and then it's going to mess things up. So I feel like you should make conventions just sort of a nice little benefit. Okay, but we're going to set it to the toxic spore fade. And then we're going to animate that value 0 to 1. And we should be able to see it happening actually in the, even when we're not in play mode. But since the particle won't play, I guess it won't really show us anything. Let's see here. Oh, you know what I didn't do is make sure to set my Twitch. My Twitch category. Dang. Sometimes it leaves it and sometimes it removes it. So there, I just set my Twitch category. Hey, Saravati. It's going all right. I always tell people, once the game ships, I'll tell you how it's going. But right now, we don't know how it's going. Right now, we're just suffering things, just grinding in the trenches. Okay, so we need our animation here, and I just want to animate really lined up with the sun. We're just going to animate that toxic spore fade. So we'll start with it at 0, and then we'll go all the way to the end here, where the fade will be 1, which will be completely fading out our spores. And our clouds will not yet fade, but we'll just see how it looks. Okay. Do we have everything? And that should fade every single spore in the entire world. Let's see how it looks. So the animation's not playing. I don't know why. Why is the animation not playing? Do we have some kind of console error? No, we don't have a console error. Here's the Dark Forest. Here's the restoration animation. And yeah, it doesn't seem to be playing the animation. I don't know why. If I do play automatically. No? Very odd. What if I just play it like this? Well, now it plays. But the spores didn't fade. The animation looks pretty cool. Folks, I'm going to be right back. Yes. Okay. Hello, hello, Ark. Welcome. Okay, sorry for the long BRB, guys. All right, so what is going on? I don't understand why the animation is not playing. Let's look at the code. So if restoring anim complete, then we just do this thing. If restore forest anim, forest restoration cutscene, and then we have a bool restore forest anim. So we should be, this should be becoming true. So I will just do, let's see. We'll just log play here just to see if this is actually triggering and if the animation is actually playing. Hello, Lady Mystery Space. Welcome, welcome. Ace says, really like your video on games hitting a quality benchmark to succeed. Help me believe that success is more in my hands than I initially thought. All right, rock on. Well, thank you for watching that video. I'm glad you liked it. Oh yeah, it's definitely about the game. One interesting thought experiment is imagining if a canonical Assassin's Creed level of game, so it's not made by Ubisoft, it's made by just a random person or a random team, and they just dropped it on Steam, and it was the size and scope of Assassin's Creed. Would it get noticed? Is it even possible that it would get buried? It absolutely freaking is not possible it would get buried. It wouldn't get buried. It would instantly pop into the new and trending on Steam, just instantly, right away. I mean, every single person who saw it would be like, what the heck is this? How have I not heard of this? This is so huge, because it looks huge, right? It looks like a pyramid of Giza, like in terms of, if we're making an analogy for buildings in real life, it's like somebody just saw a pyramid of Giza, and what, they're not going to be like, what the heck is that thing? You know, it's too big, so everyone is going to see it, and the press is going to cover it, especially if they've never covered this before. This game comes out of nowhere, and it has like 200 hours of gameplay, and it has this giant open world thing with AAA levels of fidelity and polish. Of course it's going to pop. And I don't know if, you know, it's a tremendous waste, because it would cost like $100 million to make a game like that. You would definitely want to spend some money marketing it and stuff, but it's definitely going to be in Steam new and trending. It's, you know, probably going to make its way up every single algorithm that you can possibly imagine, and everyone is going to cover it. So just imagining that just shows you that the games market is still rational. You can still use production value and scope to sort of cut through. I think that things get a little hairy when someone wants to make a game that looks like Vampire Survivors, and they're wanting to sort of sell in the way that Vampire Survivors, then things get a little dicey. Then we don't really know what's going to happen. You're going to have to find some sort of guerrilla marketing shtick to make your way. But if you've got a game that just, like, you know, blows people away when they see it, then you know, then it's going to be something that will pop. So we're getting to this log right here, play. Oh, the clip could not be found in attached animation list. That's weird. What did I do wrong? Okay, so we've got that kind of log. Maybe I needed to check the legacy animation or something. I don't know. Werbus says, people are more and more annoyed with AAA, so looking for indies is more and more common. But like AAA games still sell. There's no AAA game that made like 10 reviews on Steam. You know what I mean? Like every AAA game makes, like, as a minimum, you know, millions of dollars, $10+ million, just because of fundamentally the thing that they are. They're this big, super polished, you know, high fidelity, massive production value, massive levels of craftsmanship. They're this massive thing. I know people are disenchanted with the sort of game loops, the tired game loops that AAA games seem to repeatedly use, and the sort of Skinner box style content and sort of like point of interest maps. I know that there's a lot of things in AAA that people are tired of. Certainly the microtransactions, things like that. People are really tired of that stuff. But like AAA games have almost like a guaranteed minimum amount of sales. Now they spend a lot of money making their game, but it shows you that the market is still kind of rational. You can't say the same thing about music. You can't say that if an album were to drop that came out, it was the exact same production quality as like, you know, a mainline Katy Perry album, that it was just instantly going to be noticed by the press. No, of course not. Anyone can make a Katy Perry album. Not anyone, but you know, it doesn't take any remarkable feats of production to make a Katy Perry style album. I mean, you just need like a decent producer and someone good at singing. And the music marketplace is not nearly as rational as the video game marketplace. So you can still use production skills and production capital to cut through the noise and make a game that is just instantly more worthy of attention than, you know, 90% of the stuff on Steam. But that doesn't even though people are disenchanted with AAA, it still sells on average like 100 times the amount as the average indie game on Steam, just because of the thing that it is. Fundamentally, the thing that it is much more interesting than to people, even if it's tired and, you know, trodden ground to many people. Nice haircut. Well, thank you. I think I got it like months ago. Let's see. Oh, I like Bloodborne so much that I decided to make my own take on that, seeing how far with it I can go. Awesome. Okay, so I just wanted to look at the animation. Come on now, let's get rocking. I wanted to look at the Dark Forest animation and make sure that it has the little debug setting. Bell Hafner says, what if you make AAA looking game, but it's an indie shooter? Well, does it have the scope and fidelity of a AAA game and the craftsmanship of a AAA game? Are like all the UIs super polished and fully featured, and does it have tons of content and all of the other things that come with a AAA? Because if yes, then I think that would absolutely be very viable. I mean, I don't really know what an indie shooter is personally, but whatever it is you're talking about, if it has all the other stuff that comes with a AAA game, then it instantly will have, you know, a lot of eyeballs on it for sure. Looking at the restored animation, restoration animation, and then this thing, is it because we need to check legacy? Let's go into debug mode and just make sure we check legacy. And I'm going to change the wrap mode to clamp forever. I'm going to see if that does the trick. I doubt it will, but. Oh yeah, the other thing I'll do is I'll check the animation that it doesn't have any empty. So it's got it right here. I don't know why. The wrap mode, I'll just do clamp forever here as well, just to save. Bill Hefner says, yeah, but it's not handcrafted 40-hour storyline, just more mechanically driven. Yeah, I think that could definitely work. I mean, anything that visually looks like a AAA, because AAA games look really good. They look really good because they have very high skill artists, like very good artists work on AAA games. Like I would argue many of the best game artists in the world are working on AAA games, right? Because they can pay them well. And sort of you know, if you're a really high level game artist, then, you know, it's sometimes kind of comfortable to work for a AAA company. So AAA games look fantastic typically. And that fidelity and that art craftsmanship and that art direction, that is going to immediately make you very interesting to many people who are coming upon your Steam page. But yeah, I mean, more mechanically driven, not very story oriented. That's most shooters now, right? Like even the sort of battle royale, this hot new battle royale thing. We got like the extraction shooters now as well that are very mechanics and multiplayer and stuff. I would argue that okay, here we go. The animation's actually working now. So it's just the legacy thing. Oh, and the spores faded. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Really pleased with that. Okay, so it looks like maybe this sort of mist. It's extraordinarily bright. I think maybe we need to reduce that a little. And then we do have this mist in front that is not fading. But I might be able to just grab it. Let's see. I don't know why it's quite so laggy. Oh, gosh, it almost looks better here than it does. Let's see. Just this one piece of mist, not the spores. Here it is. I'm going to just turn it off. Okay, that makes a huge difference. So we might just like move it a little bit more to the side, or just find a place that makes it look good. Or maybe even turn it down a little. I don't know. We've got to figure out something here. What if I did is toxic spore? Then it would just completely go away. I don't know if we want it to completely go away. And that sun is way too bright. It also seems like maybe the camera can keep panning a little bit longer. But in general, I'm pretty happy with that. So let's go back to our dark forest. I'll even turn on the dark forest prefab, just so we can see what we're doing a little bit better. Oh yeah, it looks good at this tuning for sure. Danvis says maybe move the mist across. Oh, that might be cool. Give the vibe without permanently obscuring the scene. Yeah, that might be cool. Werbus says being AAA and have great budget is not enough. P11 Goliath Concord shows that it's not guaranteed. But like, if you could, I mean, that's like, how much money do you think those games made? Like, of course, if you're gonna spend $100 million on making a game, if you personally have $100 million, you're gonna spend it on making a game. You are not in this chat right now, right? So I'm not talking to that person. I'm talking to a person who has the production know-how to make a game that looks like P11 or Goliath. And if you're going to do that, you know, it's not because you spent $100 million on it. It would have been because you spent, you know, maybe $1 million on it or something. And if you spent $1 million on P11, on something that looked like P11, let's just say it was P11, then you made a crap ton of money, right? This is what people maybe don't quite understand. Like, P11 is only a flop, and I've never heard of P11, but let's see how much money it made. It's only a flop if you consider the production budget. Okay, I don't even know. It's not even showing up. Is it even on Steam? Let's find Goliath. What is this? So this is so this game made $200,000. When did it come out? Wait, it's only $12. What am I even looking at here? What even is this? I've never heard of this game. So it's very bad reviews, but it doesn't. What even was the? Is this even AAA? I don't know. And when did it come out? Oh, it came out forever ago. It's like an eternity ago. I've never heard of this. Is this is this what was even being talked about? I don't know. Concord I've heard of. How much did Concord make, and is it even on Steam? No, it looks like they took it off Steam. But also that, like, these games, Concord is a multiplayer game, right? So that game needed a big community, and it didn't get one. But if it's single player, then Concord, I assure you Concord made enough money. If you had spent $1 million making Concord, I'm pretty sure you would have made your money back. So it's only a hit on AAA scale. Like the word flop is different for AAA than it is for indies. So if you spend indie money making something that looks AAA, then I'm telling you, like you are going to, you have a very high chance of succeeding. Even if you make money like Concord. So Concord wasn't like the, I guess the complete, it's only a failure because, you know, people wanted it, or the people who made it wanted it to make AAA money, but it just made millions of dollars, which is not AAA money. Hey M Trey says, how do you feel about all the new witchy magical indie games coming out? Does it feel exciting or intimidating as a developer? Can't wait for Glimmerwick. Well, thank you. Appreciate your looking forward to Glimmerwick. I mean, I don't know what to make of it. I mean, when we came up with the idea for Glimmerwick, there was absolutely nothing like it. So I guess as artists, I don't know. I guess as an artist, you never want to feel like you're doing something that everyone else is doing. So in that sense, we're not super happy about it, but I know that I do want this. Let's just version this off. How about that? Fake Light Mountains. I'm going to version this off. But I know that it doesn't necessarily mean anything for the sales. Like, it could be the case that all these other sort of witchy, cozy games is actually making the market stronger and is actually bringing more people to those kinds of games and will actually make our game sell better. I think that's a completely reasonable outcome. But as an artist, like, yeah, I mean, for instance, when Jacqueline and I saw the Witchbrook announcement, we had already been working on Songs of Glimmerwick for 2 years. So we were completely devastated. I mean, we were sad for months after the Witchbrook announcement. And still to this day, I mean, it sucks that we don't know when Witchbrook is coming out, and it sucks that we have to, I mean, I don't want to come out at the same time as Witchbrook, but like we don't have any special knowledge, so we don't know when Witchbrook is coming out, and there's not really a lot we can do about it. And we assume they're probably gonna have a very short sort of release date announcement to release campaign. We certainly are. They're much bigger, but like, I don't know. I don't think anybody wants to do like a 6-month release date campaign anymore. So it's really annoying because we might announce our release date and then they might announce theirs a week later and they didn't even know anything about us. They don't give a shit about us. They're not even watching what we do. You know, they don't care if they release at the same time as Glimmerwick, but we care a whole lot if we release at the same time as them. For them, it's like a semi truck hitting a fly on the highway. You know, we're like basically nothing to them. Technically, Genshin Impact was made by a small studio on the edge of bankruptcy. Oh, that's cool. Danvers says, but Genshin tried to ride every wave of popularity it could. The gacha and Breath of the Wild craze were at their heights. Interesting. Warba says 33% rule. Call the games should be 33%. What? 33%. Oh, 33% original, 33% innovative, and 33% what everyone already expects. That's an interesting policy. Every time I see a new game announced in the same genre, my mind always comes back to Songs of Glimmerwick. Hey, that is what I'm talking about. That's what I like to hear. Hey, I'm Trey. You know, and I don't even like the cozy genre is full of a lot of very, what's the word? Very Skinner boxy mechanics that I'm not crazy about. And we don't have those in Glimmerwick. Like, we're a very content heavy game. So I don't really identify with the cozy genre, and I would never call our game a cozy game. I just feel like the word has been marred by so many kind of, I don't know. Yeah, I guess just Skinner boxy kinds of games that are not the kinds of games we want to associate ourselves with. Werba says, I do not think Witchbrook is competition for you. It's more of an appetizer for this kind of experience. Yeah, I mean, that's what our publicist Charlene agrees with you there. I mean, she thinks that the better Witchbrook does, the better that is for Glimmerwick, that it will just, push more people into having a taste for more of that kind of game. But I don't know. I mean, Witchbrook is going to be multiplayer. It's going to be highly systemic. If it's the kind of game that people are going to pour 500 hours into, that might be something that eats into our sales a little bit. I know that there are going to be very different kinds of games, but I also know that we share an audience. I mean, it's just obvious. There's people talking about Glimmerwick in the Witchbrook subreddit, and in the Witchbrook Discord, people are talking about Glimmerwick. So we definitely share an audience. And whether that audience, is going to have a hunger for Glimmerwick after playing Witchbrook, I don't know. I guess it depends on what kind of game Witchbrook is. The mood is different. This is Forest and Wilderness. Witchbrook is city life. Yeah, I mean, we just don't know anything about Witchbrook, right? Nobody's played it. So, and they have so little marketing material. They just have the one trailer. They released their map. It looks like it has a lot of forest in it. So I don't know. But I do think that pixel art is completely different from what the art style is extremely different. The mood is different. Yeah, I definitely agree with the mood thing. The more content you have, the less Skinner box mechanics you need. Yeah, for sure. Werba says they work only if you do not have enough materials to burn. Yeah, definitely. Danva says, I think one could possibly capitalize on the cozy game genre, but there has been so much slop in that space recently that it could equally be dangerous to align with it. Yeah. Slop is a strong word, but I know what you mean. This is weird. I wonder why. We need some kind of mechanism when the animation's not playing on starts. I think maybe, yeah, if restoring anim is complete, we want to set this to 1. And if none of these things are true, then we want to set this to 0. And I'm pretty sure on destroy, or at least on disable, we also want to set this to 0. Okay, and then the sun was a little bit bright, so I'm going to turn down the sun also. Theat says, just want to put it out there, I had pixel art. Oh, I assume you mean I hate pixel art maybe? I hate pixel art, and so I'm glad your game doesn't utilize that. Gotcha. I know most people won't agree. No, I think a lot of people are over pixel art. I don't think it's the most popular style on Steam. Like, I think Stardew Valley succeeded in spite of its pixel art. I don't think that it succeeded because of its pixel art in any way, shape, or form. I don't think people love it. I also think Steam in general likes 3D better than 2D, or even games that are adjacent to 2D games. Our game is kind of in the middle, but I think people perceive it more as a 2D game. So I think that people are more interested in 3D games for the most part. But it's okay. Steam is really big, and there's still plenty of people that are interested in a game like Glimmerwick. Danvis says, maybe slop is harsh, but there are partly or fully AI-produced projects that fall into that category, which have damaged the public perception of so-called cozy. Oh, interesting. I wasn't even thinking of those. I was mostly just thinking of, other mid-selling farming sims that just have a lot of collection and a lot of like 3-stage simple quests and a lot of sort of like gift giving bars and just a lot of those kinds of mechanics. People seem to not mind, at least certain kinds of players, that I'm personally a bit more sensitive to. Many people are kind of tired of pixel art as the default option. I think pixel art has never really been something that was very hot. Again, I think a lot of the games that sold well with pixel art sell well in spite of the pixel art. I mean, there are really beautiful games that use pixel art, but I don't think that the pixeliness of them is necessarily what appeals to people. That's just my opinion. I played Stardew Valley with a mod that makes the graphics nice and smooth. Interesting. Stardew Valley's pixel art is good because there's so much fidelity. I don't even know. Stardew Valley visually is not to my taste. I think it's a ghastly game. I really do. I think it's an ugly game. I think the colors of Stardew Valley are like, they hurt. They hurt. I mean, yeah, honestly, sometimes I feel like the success of Stardew sort of confuses its, like, if somebody showed me this, I would definitely not say, oh my gosh, now that is some amazing looking pixel art. It's ghastly. It's incredibly saturated. The contrast is like so high. It's very visually noisy. I mean, if you just type in like amazing pixel art, top down, let's say, into Google, like, okay, this is not like, if I look at something like this, I don't know what game this is or what this is from or anything. I have no context. But to me, these are not in the same class. I mean, this is beautiful. The silhouettes are better. The tone, the colors are much better. They're much more sane. It's not color barf. The values are better. They're more sensible. I don't know. I feel like a much higher level artist made this personally. I think this looks 1,000 times better than Stardew. And I don't necessarily think that this is like the most amazing thing I've ever seen. This is just the top thing that popped up on Google. I think this is pretty good looking. Looks like something on Itch, but I don't personally think Stardew is or whatever this is, in my opinion, looks a lot better than Stardew. This probably doesn't. I think this probably doesn't look as good. This is an example of something that probably looks a lot worse than Stardew. But yeah, I definitely think that there are prettier pixel art. Whatever this is, to me, looks a lot better than Stardew. Yeah, I don't know. Stardew's not the top of his class for pixel art by any means, in my opinion. That's just my opinion, though. It might just be my taste. I think it's way too saturated. Color barf, I feel like, is sort of Stardew's palette. We need more artistic games because no one cares about the thing more than artists. So artistry is kind of like a seal of quality. I agree, Werbus. I'm glad you think that way. I think that way as well. I think the ugliness of Stardew Valley speaks to a sense of genuineness that people are looking for right now in the AAA space. I don't even think that. I think that Stardew is a really, really good, genuine game. I feel like from the heart, I think, Concerned Ape knew what he wanted to do and he executed it very well. And I think it's a great game. I think that it succeeded in spite of how ugly it is, not because of how ugly it is. I think it's hard to say, oh, well, if he was a better artist, it would have sold better. I don't think so. I mean, there's clearly something very lightning in a bottle-y about Stardew that made it go to like cultural levels of bananas that so beyond all rational marketplace mechanics. So who even knows at that point? But 99 out of 100 games on Steam, would benefit from looking better than Stardew. That's for sure. So the mod may not help you. Oh, but there are other mods. Yeah. Well, I mean, I played Stardew already, so I'm probably not going to go back and play it. So we got the spores to fade. I don't know. I think we might be good to go here. Let's look at it one more time. Let's walk into the forest. Say dark forest. Yeah, I put like 17 hours into Stardew Valley, and I was satisfied. I said, yeah, that was really fun. I enjoyed that. I give the game a thumbs up. I didn't even get to the second season, I don't think. I think I got right to the end of spring. I think on the 1st of summer, I was like, oh, cool. Everything changed. All right, I'm done. Bye-bye. That's enough for me. I don't want to farm anymore. I was completely happy with that. I'm not someone who was going to grind out the museum or anything like that. Which is part of the reason why Jacqueline got a little further. I think she maybe got to the third. I think she got to fall or maybe even winter. But she's not someone who like repeated, play that game for 5 years or anything like that. Which I think is why, Glimmerwick has one season. You go through all the seasons changes and the game is finished. By the time you get to the second year, there's no second year in Glimmerwick. So it just speaks to the kind of gamers that we are. And some people are going to be upset by that, but it's just a different kind of game. Oops, I'm trying to get into this door, lady. I'm not trying to talk to you. Okay. Okay, so here we go. Cool. Oh yeah, when that fades away, that looked really good. Okay, cool. So I'm just gonna make the fade longer. That looks pretty good. I think the sun needs to not get quite so bright, maybe. And maybe the shadows need to be a little bit more subdued as well. Basically bring the delta and contrast down, because right now it's very high contrast between light and dark, which normally is what you want. For a really sunny day, the shadows look darker on a sunny day, but I think for what we're going for, I think we just want it to look a little bit more still lighty, less dramatic. So I'm gonna go to the animation and find that max sun key right here and take a look at the sun. We're gonna turn on the keyframe and I will lower the indirect. Oh, it's not indirect multiplier. It's the shadow strength. Actually, I don't want to key that. I want to keep that. There we go. So now the shadows are less dark. And then I want to turn on the keyframe. And we don't want to go all the way up to 4. Let's try going up to 3. I think that'll be a lot more sane. Okay, let me catch up with chat real quick. Werbus says, Stardew just hit with the right game or the right time. And this is source of success. I do not think aesthetic had too much to do with it. Yeah, who knows? It's hard to tell with those things. Let's see. I Heart Funny Boys, thank you so much for the raid. Really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Hello, everyone. Everyone that's new to the stream. We're making a video game called Songs of Glimmerwick. It's a Witch Academy RPG where the magic of the world is music. I know that this is, I think I Heart Funny Boys is not the first raid, so appreciate that. Okay. Let me catch up with chat here. Tainted, hello, welcome. Could be other reasons for quality of Stardew, platform portability, or reach the user visual accessibility. Stardew's success is really like, you cannot, I really strongly feel this way. You can't explain that level of success. Like anyone who's looking for the reason, it's like, I can look at 1,000 Steam games, and I have looked at 1,000 Steam games and sort of find patterns in what makes them sell. You can't look at a seminal success, you can't look at a cultural phenomenon like Stardew and be like, oh, well, it's because of this and this and this, and we can reproduce that every time. No, nobody can reproduce that every time. Obviously, if anyone could, they'd be doing it. So that one is just really lightning in a bottle. I don't think Stardew's baseline of success was lightning in a bottle. I think there's no planet where that game doesn't make at least, $5-10 million gross revenue. I think it's that level of game. The quality is there. But the fact that it goes on to make like $500 million or north of $1 billion, I don't know exactly what it made. That's lightning in a bottle. There's absolutely no way anybody knows the reason that caught on so much. I think we can look at the reasons why it got to 10 million and reproduce them, because there's lots of people that make, there's literally hundreds of games on Steam every year that go on to make over, like, let's say $1 million gross revenue. But the cultural success, no, we don't know how to do that again. Ourbus says there was a point in time where like every 5th person on Earth. Oh, with Farmville, yeah, for sure. That was definitely a phenomenon. Let me thank the new followers real quick. Dreamer, DB9 Dreamer, and Brainoid Games. And Control Alt Man, thank you so much for the follows, guys. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Okay. Let's see. Sad Music Man says, how do you handle lighting for building interiors? It depends on the art style, but are you asking for Glimmerwick or just generally speaking? Or yeah, tell me the art style and I'll tell you how I do the interior lighting. Thanks, guys. Mr. D-Boy is talking about boobs. I don't know about that. Okay. Let's see. Let's catch up. I'm reading through quickly. I'm kind of skimming. I'm not seeing everybody's message. Stardew was comforting and gave positive emotions, so it goes popular. Again, I think that can get you to $10 million. I don't know if you can say that'll get you to hundreds of $1 millions every time. Okay, interior lighting for Glimmerwick. So Glimmerwick's lighting in general is very simple. Interior lighting, there's really no lighting. I mean, Jacqueline draws all the lighting, so she's, you know, she illustrates the, like if you look at the, if you look at a interior texture, like let's say a Great Hall text. Here we go. Oh, it's a Great Hall text. Great Hall trees. Okay, there's our trees. Come on. Common room. Let's go to the common room. If we go to the common room texture, I'm not going to open the whole thing. I'll just try to make it really big here. I don't know if you can see that. It's kind of small on my screen, but I made it as big as I can. There's like a lot of lighting. Like, I don't know if you guys can see, but there's actually like shadows painted in as well. But there's a lot of lighting in there. Then we just use point lights, and the point lights don't really have any directionality. There's no like Fresnel or Lambert or anything going on in Glimmerwick. It's a very simple lighting model. And sometimes I'll do the God rays, you know, like the God rays. Even in the interiors, I'll do these things. So let's just grab like one of these sunbeams. I don't know why they're all so far away, but one of these, just like a mesh with some of this light so you can see. Sometimes I'll do these interiors as well, but those are mostly like particle flourishes. But other than that, I mean, Jacqueline is a fantastic illustrator, so the illustrations already look amazing. So when I do the projection, you know, I'm just trying to stay true to the illustration. But Glimmerwick's a really weird game in terms of its lighting pipeline. So, okay, looking back at what I was doing, we turned off that mist. I reduced the power of the sun. I really also wanted to make the camera just float a little bit longer. So I'm going to increase that to like maybe 10 seconds. Let's go a little bit less. Let's go like 8.5 seconds. And then I will also go to that last keyframe and just move it a little bit more to the right. Potentially, I've gone too far. Let me undo that. You know what? Let's just leave it exactly how it was and see how it looks. Our Funny Boy says, have to raid and run. No worries. I appreciate the raid. Rock on. Thank you. Thank you. Warbo says, this is the main trick of hand-painted things. You can just paint the shadows. Yeah, for sure. We also put like contact shadows under a lot of props in the world, just like little circular gradient of shadows, or like one circular gradient. Like if there's a chair in the room or something, we'll do that. We have a couple different shapes for those. That's a really good trick actually in both 2D and 3D. Okay, we're going to test the animation now. Okay, so here we go. I don't like how that camera kind of jumped. I'm going to need to take a look at that. We need like more. Is that seriously? That was 9 seconds? It did not feel like 9 seconds. We definitely, I think we need like some more atmospherics or something. But that wasn't terrible. It almost seems like the sun is still a little bit too bright. We might also just want to run through the dark forest to kind of see how it feels. I think what we can do is like set the forest restoration. I'm going to look in the script and there's this restoring anim complete. And that should, actually, this is something we need to test anyway. I'm going to set that bool. And hopefully we'll be able to test. So I'm going to save project. Oh, you know what else we need to do? We need to turn off the camera. So I want to get a reference to the camera. Public camera. Actually, yeah, I think it's just a camera. No, it's really a game object is what we want to turn off. Game object, okay. We'll call it the anim cam. And then we want to turn off that anim cam. If we're already done with the animation, that active to false. And then I want to make sure to hook up that reference. So in this situation, I'm testing once the animation is complete. We just want to instantly set the settings to the state of the end of the animation. And we don't actually want to run the animation. That way, when the player enters the dark forest, it'll just look all sunny and beautiful. So I'm using like a game flag to do that. Just waiting for Unity to get its poop in a group here. Ace777 says, do you have any advice on modeling whether two introduced game mechanics would work together? I'm trying out farming and crafting with my Bloodborne like, but I'm not sure if it's a good idea. It is really hard. I guess you just have to think about your design pillars and you have to make sure that the features you're trying to add are helping your design pillars. I think for most of the time, especially when you're looking at a game like Bloodborne, which is already a big game, right? I mean, it's a AAA game. It already has a lot of mechanics. So if you're adding even more to that as an indie, I think that's risky. I think you really want to look at what's special about Bloodborne and strip down. I mean, farming and crafting are huge. Those are huge mechanics. Those are absolutely massive auxiliary mechanics. That is the main mechanic in Glimmerwick. Like, we don't really have much else. So, well, we have quests. So we have questing, and then the verbs you do in the quest are like farming and crafting. That's pretty much most of what you do in Glimmerwick. So I think that would be really risky to take a game that is already kind of tightly defined and then add more stuff to it. Usually you want to be more subtractive, especially as an indie, than adding. Adding is risky. You risk muddling your core loops. What was I needed to hook up the reference in this restoration animation. Here we go. So let's just save that. Once we hook up that reference, we should now be able to walk in the dark forest and it should look very sunny and beautiful. Hopefully not too sunny. But let's take a look. So for anyone who's new to the stream, who doesn't, or at least doesn't regularly watch this stream, the point of the stream is really to get stuff done. So I try to stay focused and keep working, even if it's sometimes not as fun as chatting. Okay, so here it's very dark and gloomy. So we have not successfully set the light to the end. We have not sampled into the animation very well. So I wonder if we're supposed to sample in seconds, because I sampled in as a ratio. So like there's this sample animation. I wonder if what we really want to do is put in anim clip.length. That would be really stupid in my opinion. I think ratio makes way more sense than seconds, but I'm just going to try actual seconds. speaking to adding like adding new loops to the game and seeing if they will play nicely, I think you really want to think about like the reward structure for the loops that you're adding and if they sort of tie in. Like you want to think about your main, like what is your main loop of progress in the game, and does the auxiliary loop serve that? Like to give a concrete example, the main progress loop in Glimmerwick is, in my opinion, it's opening the environments. So like opening to the next area and moving the main story forward. So those are like the highest level loops, and they're kind of the same thing. Actually, maybe we would say moving the main story forward is the highest level of loop. Then opening up the new environments serve the highest level loop, because to continue the main story, you need to open up the new environments to move the quest forward. There's things in the new environments that you need to interact with to move the quest forward. So when you think about like farming as the auxiliary loop, does it tie into the main loop? Well, in our case, yes, because a lot of the things that are asked in the quest lines are, you know, grow this or grow that, or craft this or craft that, and you have to farm in order to get those things. So if you're thinking about adding new mechanics, then you just want to make sure that like all the loops eventually end up with the same currency. So that didn't work either. Okay, let me check. So the restoration anim is on, and the restoration VC is off, which means that this code definitely ran, because the only way for this to happen is if we would have called this anim cam set false. The spores are off, so that's good. The only thing is the sample animation doesn't seem to be working. So I don't understand how it works. Are we supposed to be like passing in the game object to itself? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what's supposed to happen there. So I guess I'm gonna keep testing. I don't know. Okay, so I've changed the code. It doesn't look like it compiled. It's a little curious. I'm kind of worried that the last one didn't really compile either. I'm gonna just really make sure it compiles. I would think you would pass in. So this is the code I don't understand. It's the animation clip and sample animation, and that's supposed to set the values of the object that you pass in to whatever place in the animation. The Unity documentation is trash on this. It does not tell you if you're supposed to pass in the parent object that has the animation on it, or if you're just supposed to pass in a single object that is inside of the animation. In this case, it would be the light. It doesn't tell you what the time that you give it. It doesn't tell you if it's like factor, like 1 would be the end of the animation, or seconds, like 7.325 could be the end of the animation. We don't know. So basically, we know nothing about how this is actually supposed to work. So I just have to keep testing it. But we were cruising until we hit this little, oh man, please just interact with the door. Okay, there we go. So apparently we're supposed to pass in the game objects, because now we've got the bright sun. Very bright sun. Too bright, I think. We've got to find something that looks good. So let me take a look at this restoration anim sun. It seems to be just a little too yellow. Definitely going to make it a little bit more red and a little bit less saturated. So this is like a little bit more of a pink color. Could try taking down the brightness. Let's try like 2.7. I think this looks a little bit better generally, but it doesn't have the same sort of like, I don't know, happy-go-luckiness or something that more intense sun had. Yeah, maybe we do want to leave it like a little bit saturated. Another thing to experiment with is actually increasing the saturation level of the scene. Because right now we have a certain LUT, and we can maybe use a LUT if we wanted to sort of change how this scene looks. But before I do that, I just want to see if it's even worth trying. So I'm going to grab a screenshot of this. And I don't normally like using LUTs. Like, I don't like color grading in general. I just like to actually make the scene with the colors, like, you know, the actual textures and lights in the scene. I like to get the scene in the mood that I want. I don't like throwing a filter over everything. But in this case, it is supposed to be like a more colorful, vibrant forest. So just pumping up the saturation might be an easy fix. So just merely pumping up the saturation does actually look pretty good. I think that's actually going to work for us. Yeah, it looks a little bit pale here. So I think we might want to add saturation to the LUT. So this is the LUT, and the LUT was on the portal destination. And if I move this around, it doesn't do anything. And I think that that's because only the moment that we actually enter does anything. So let me look at the camera. I imagine the LUT is on the camera. So here it is. So LUT blend texture. So if I turn the blend amount down, there we go. Now we're changing things. So we want some kind of component that, I guess, adds a different kind of LUT. Okay. So a couple things. We probably want to look at the portal destination, because this is where we're putting the LUT on, and this is where we're setting it. So I want to see who's using this. It just happens right here in start. So as long as we set this, then I think we'll be able to animate these properties. So let's just grab these 2 lines of code and go into our dark forest restoration. And in the animation, well, first of all, a couple things to do. So we want to make a new LUT. What is the data type here? It's a texture. So public texture restored LUT. And we want to set it to the restored LUT. And then we want to animate the blend amount. So we want another float for that. Float, we'll call it the LUT factor. And it'll start out 0. And it's going to be like 0 to 1. So once the restoring animation is complete, we just want to set that to 1 right away. If we're playing the Dark Forest, wait, what's going on here? Oh, Dark Forest, okay, yeah, that's fine. If we're going to play the animation, we definitely want to set the LUT. And we also want to set the blend amounts. We don't need to set it to 0 because that should be happening in the animation, but we do want this in the update loop. We want to be setting the blend amount to the LUT factor. There we go. Yeah, I think that that should be fine. And that's when we can put in our LUT that we want, which we have to author. I hate authoring LUTs. I hate everything about LUTs. But I will admit sometimes they're useful. LUTs are for videographers and photographers, not for me. I will paint the light. Okay. Well, let me look at what LUT we're using in the Dark Forest. So here's the Dark Forest data. Oh, we don't have a LUT. Why not? Why not? Where is the location of the LUT? Is it on the Dark Forest prefab? Portal, yeah, it is. It's right here. Okay, so Tiny Crush Brighton. I'm going to duplicate that and call it Restored Forest. Restored Forest. And now we can take this, we'll just open it in Photoshop. And I'm going to do this the lazy way, where like, I'll just make like a color adjustment layer here. Hue and saturation. Just add a little bit of saturation. Do I want to brighten it too? Just like make it, I don't know. Just like lift all the blacks? No, we probably don't want to do that. What other sorts of fun color effects can we do? There's something called Vibrance, which I've never used in my entire life. What does Vibrance do? I have no idea. It looks like saturation. What's the difference? Oh, saturation is kind of ugly. Vibrance looks a little bit more pleasing to me. Don't really know the difference between saturation and vibrance. But that seems to be cool. I could do one of these things where like I look at the color balance of the shadows and like I could make them bluer, but that makes it look, I don't know, like some kind of different like film stock or something. The green, I guess that does make it look like a little bit more verdant. Just a little bit greener. I kind of like that. Let me remove all of the masks on all these because we're just not using them. Okay, that's too saturated. Let's get rid of that. This goes too far. Generally not someone who loves to just pump saturation, but these two look pretty cool. So turn them off. That looks a little bit more yellow. Like, do I really want the green in there? I don't know. Maybe I want it like 60% or something. Let's go with that. So now I'm just going to add those to here. Okay, let me Control C, Control V. No, still not going to work. Let me Alt drag them. Finally, there we go. Okay, so in theory, we have, this is a PNG, so as long as I just merge these all together, yeah, and then save it, that should be working. And we should have the exact same import settings, so all should be well there. Now I want to go to the Dark Forest and put that LUT in and see if we can make this happen. So restoration animation. I'm going to put in the LUT. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put in a crazy LUT just as a sort of sanity check. The LUT I have now is very subtle, and I don't want to like question whether it's working or not. So warm purple, toxic, I assume, is one that will know if it's working or not. Restoration animation. I'm going to put the toxic LUT in there. Come on now. Toxic. Come on. What's going on here? I'll just type in toxic since drag and drop doesn't seem to want to work. And we need to animate the LUT factor, which we have not done yet. So here we go. I'm going to go to the sun keyframe there, and I will set the LUT factor to 0. And then I'll go to the last sun keyframe and set the LUT factor to 1. And we shouldn't be able to see anything, I guess, for right now. I'm just checking my code. So we are just setting the blend amount, and we set it to LUT right at the beginning. Okay. So let's back up and let's test this. So looking at our start settings, I just want to go to the bools and copy this last one and remove this from the array. And now we should just walk in and we should see our animation just start up right away. Oh, please just interact with the door. Ah. Okay. Oh yeah, I wanted to make sure that camera. Oh yeah, here we got the LUT. So that's definitely doing some yucky stuff. It's crazy how fast it goes. I mean, like, I feel like that camera pan ended so quickly. Okay, back to the dark forest. And we want to put the actual LUT that we want in. Now that it's very obvious that it's working, we want to put the restored forest. And we also want to check that camera, and we want to make sure that the transition type is like instant. We don't want any sort of fading happening. So noise, I don't really care about. Here, there's a blend hint. On camera live, I'm kind of forgetting how to change the transition. I know that there's a way to change it. Is it an extension? No. Is it this? No, this is like an event. We don't want that either. Oh, it says transitions. I don't know how to make it do like a hard cut. What camera are you using for streaming? Like for my face, it's a Lumix G85, I think. Lumix G85. Really any, I think any Lumix G camera will probably look pretty similar. But the lens is important too. You want a lens with a wide aperture so that you can have some background blur. I'm just trying to figure out how to change the transition to a cut. Follow priority. I know that there's a way to do it. I don't know what on camera live. Time only. Okay, I just gotta Google it. Cinemachine. Oops. How to change camera transition. Modify the default blend or add a custom blend to the Cinemachine brain component attached to your main camera. But I want a custom blend just for one camera. I thought that there was a way to do it. To change the camera transition for just one specific camera, use a custom blend asset on your Cinemachine brain. Add a new rule pair and set your custom style. I don't think this is going to work for us, honestly, but we'll try it. You can set the camera to camera blend on the brain. But I just want to do it for this one camera. I want to leave all the other transitions the same. I would really like it if the data for what transition you want to do would be on the camera. Okay, so it's on the camera pairing. All right. Let's find the brain. I think it's just on camera. I think here's gonna be the brain. Cinemachine brain. Okay, so custom blends. So we have a couple, I guess. Check out. I don't know why we have so many. We just slightly changed the timings of it. Who even knows? This is not going to work. Because we're not going to be able to find our camera, I don't think, because it's in a prefab. So does it do it by string name? That's really silly. Oh, it found it. I don't know how. We don't want to do ease in. We want to do a cut. And we want to do from any camera. Oops. From any camera, we want to cut. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm surprised. We'll see if that actually works. Let's save game core. 1 second, folks. All right. So hopefully that will work for the cut, and now we will test it. And I'm wondering how many shots of this we need, if we need 2 of them or what. Okay, so the cut worked. All right, seems to have worked. And it does look like we have the more saturated look. It's very green looking though. I wonder. It's too green, I feel like. It's like, it looks like, it's like too green yellow. What if we take that that sun, just dial it back a little bit. I'm not seeing any change happening here. I wonder why not. Somebody is repeatedly setting this thing to 3. Well, what did we do to it in Photoshop? Let me look at. Yeah, I mean, that's what we did to it. It looks a little bit more green, though, to me. Let me just maybe go to the LUT, undo it for a second. So let's take off the color balance. So that should leave more red in there. So let's completely remove it and then merge down and then save the PNG. And I don't want to putz with this too much. I think that's kind of risky. Because we want to move on to the next one. We have another one. I'll actually just copy this game object. I think this will work. And let's just go into Dark Force 2 and do the same thing. Dark Force 2 prefab. Let's open that to paste the same thing in. Raf G, hello and welcome, says, do you mind giving your input to some 3D modeling I have done? I'm making a cartoonish game. Would love your feedback. Sure thing. Yeah, I can do that. 1 second, guys. Okay. All right. Sorry, RafG. Yeah, feel free to send it. I don't know if it'll. Sometimes it doesn't let you do links in the YouTube. It'll like just automatically ban it. I'm trying to think of how you could link it to me. This is one of the problems on YouTube. If you have a Twitch, I'm pretty sure you can do a link in the Twitch. Yeah, the other way would be to email it to me. I'm trying to think. This is actually a real big problem. But yeah, I'm happy to review your 3D models. Also, just join the Discord. The eShade Discord. Yeah, if you want to DM it to me with Discord, just give me a message that says you DM'd it on Discord, and then I will open it. And then I'll take a look at it. It's a good idea, Saravati. Okay. Oh, and also, if you are sending it my way, you should send your reference as well, if you had reference. I can give a proper review. But it is sent above, but we don't see it. I don't see it anyway. I think that YouTube just silently removes the comment for everyone but you if you put a link. I don't know if can anyone else see RafG's link? I can't. Let's see. Rope It Pattinson says, where is the dev that was making a zombie adventure game? Not me. Never let a community building plus marketing beat go to waste. All right, so now I'm opening. So here's Dark Forest 2, and I want to paste in the same sort of deal. So let's paste in this restoration animation, and then I'll move it to the top here. If Unity will let me move it, why won't Unity let me move it? Now, why can't I drag things? I cannot drag things right now. I think Unity might be bugged because I can't drag things. Why can't I drag things? It's very strange. Yeah, I think Unity's bugged. Oh, that is really annoying. That's really peculiar. Yeah. I think I'm going to have to exit out of Unity because sometimes Unity does weird things. Do you want to save main? Achu. Okay. Let's see. Oh, okay. Here we have it. I'll go ahead and save main and then I'll exit out. Would this quality of 3D modeling have enough art muscle to pass or not seem like low fidelity? Okay, so we've got the link. Let me go ahead and close Unity, and while Unity's starting up, let's check out this on ArtStation. Okay, and then I'll open up, let's go to the hub while this thing goes. Let's exit out of Photoshop. No. And then we'll go, actually I'll exit out of this as well. And we'll open up that hub. Open up Songs of Glimmerwick. Okay, that's going to take a second. All right, let's take a look. So, 404 not found. It looks like the link didn't work. Yeah, something was wrong with the link. Let's see. Yeah, maybe a new link or something. I don't know, maybe the copy and paste. I don't know. Can anyone else make that link work? Seems like. Could be Twitch. Oops. Okay, yeah, Unity's still opening. Okay, here's a new link. There we go. Okay, well, I mean, so I can see we're in the viewport. The modeling itself doesn't look bad by any means. I mean, it's just the torso of a guy, and I can't see the lighting, and I can't see the shaders, and I can't see it in context. So, um, I don't know if there's. It is, sort of it's stylized, sort of cartoony, somewhat low fidelity, but I don't think it's bad by any means. I think, if all the rest of the stuff, I could imagine this sort of model and style looking pretty slick. Um, let's see, what was the exact question? Would this quality of 3D modeling have enough art muscle to pass or not seem like it's low fidelity? I think it depends on everything else, because the modeling is not. I wouldn't say the modeling is low fidelity. It's just sort of cartoonish. But yeah, it doesn't seem like. I think we would have to see all the other stuff, like the shaders and the environments and the lighting and all the other stuff. The general, the general whole art picture of the game. Yeah, it's for me, it's just too small, just too tiny of a snippet of a sliver. It's like, if we're talking about from like a market perspective, like what people's perception of the quality of the game will be, then yeah, I think we need to see way more. Yes, what about, okay, that I think is that is the link I saw. But I mean, it doesn't look bad. I would say if you're going for like Steam taste specifically, this is not to Steam's taste. Lots of things can work on Steam, but I think the cartoonier, the more players you turn off on Steam anyway, because Steam's legacy is sort of like core gamers and PC gamers and stuff. People usually like the higher fidelity, the better. The photorealism sells better than stylized, and that's just universally true. I mean, you're going to find a bigger market with certain art styles. Now, obviously, like Songs of Glimmerwick is not a photorealistic game; it's very stylized. So there's a lot of different styles that can work on Steam. But yeah, I think we need to see a little bit more than that, how it all fits together. But on a very base level, for a character, it doesn't look bad. Looks like it knows what style it wants to be, and so that's already something. Because sometimes you see a model and you're like, what style were they even going for here? Was it like you can tell there wasn't like that artist intention behind it? But I can tell, you're going for a sort of very, I'll say like American cartoon sort of style. You've got the big round eyes and everything. So Sarvati says fidelity technically means how close you reflect the reference. If you're asking low poly or low detail, maybe it's not. If it fits the style, yeah. But well, I mean, fidelity is a thing, right? It's like represented details, and I would say like a high fidelity game has more represented details, and a low fidelity game has less represented details. And this to me doesn't seem like a low fidelity game because there are a number of represented details. Like we can see, he has a mustache. He has a badge on his hat. He has a band on his hat. He has these shoulder pads and stuff. So there's enough represented details here that I think nobody would look at this and say this is a low fidelity sort of thing. Yeah, it does look a little bit like Hello Neighbor. But yeah, I agree with Saravati there. Holistic style cohesion. And I think the lighting would make a big difference because we're not seeing any lighting there. It's just viewport lighting, right? It looks pretty bad. The7 says, I don't think that's true. Some of the top games on Steam, like Totally Realistic Battle Simulator, have very minimalist styles. Yes, but it's low fidelity, right? I'm not saying it's bad, but Realistic Battle Simulator is to me is a low fidelity game. It literally is low fidelity. Like it does not have a lot of represented details. So we would say I would call it low fidelity. Low fidelity doesn't mean bad. It just means, less details, I think. That's what I thought it meant, but maybe other people have a different idea. Maybe low fidelity has a negative connotation to some people. Raf G, um, no, I'm serious. I wasn't sugarcoating it too much. I wasn't trying to not say it was bad, even though I thought it was bad. No, that was pretty much my sizing of it. I don't know. I'm sorry. It probably wasn't helpful, but Saravati says the charm value proposition of totally realistic battle simulator is definitely not the aesthetic charm. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. What Saravati is saying. That's one of those games. I don't think the art style is doing anything for battle sim. I think it also was a Game Pass game that came out at the peak of Game Pass. Like I don't even know how well it would have sold without Game. I think Game Pass absolutely propped up its sales a lot. But it was just the goofy concept of, making crazy rag dolls go at each other. Um, it's kind of a slop game in the fact that it was a goofy idea and it was trying to be goofy and everything about it was goofy. Okay, I got to go get the door. 1 second, folks. All right, I'm sorry, everybody. That was a long BRB. Okay, let's see. Theat says, my point is that I don't think that there's a Steam taste. All just depends on the game, not the visuals. As long as the visuals match the game, a game could work with any kind of visuals as long as they're appropriate for the game. So you think that, well, is there a Steam? So there's many games on Steam. You can categorize the games based on visuals. Like it's possible, right? There's definitely different styles. Obviously, there's certain games that just look like different than any other game, but for the most part, you can definitely drop games into a category by visual style. You think that the median revenue for every single visual style on Steam would be exactly the same if you categorized every game on Steam by visual style? There's an answer to that question, and we know the answer, and the answer is absolutely not. Some visual styles on Steam overall sell way, like 100 times better than other visual styles. So to say Steam doesn't have a taste, I mean, of course, there's millions and millions of players on Steam. So that's why Steam can support so many different kinds of games and different kinds of art styles. But to say that some art styles don't sell better than other art styles on Steam is just really out of touch with the data. That's what I would say about that. I'm just speaking from a data-oriented perspective here. I'm not saying that like every player on Steam likes this type of thing. But yeah, there are some art styles that sell 100 times better on Steam because by and large, there's just way more players that want to play a game with that particular art style. That's what when I say Steam taste, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking just by the numbers, which art styles sell better on Steam. And it's definitely a thing. Was anyone fun at the door? My 2-month-old was out the door and he was crying because my wife had come home with the 2 kids and she just took the baby, dropped him in front of the door, rang the doorbell, and then went to get the other kid so that somebody could come down and pick up the the baby and bring him in. So my crying 2-month-old was out the door. So that's why it took so long. I had to make sure everyone. All right. Anyway, so what we were working on is Dark Forest 2. If anyone's still around, if anyone's still watching, Dark Forest 2. And, oh, there's something else I could definitely get done. There's another bug that I was supposed to finish, which I will finish right now. This thing doesn't even have a back. So let's go ahead and nip that in the bud. Oh, I'm really excited to fix that. Let's do Dark Forest 2. Let's turn it on in the main overworld. It was a baby drop off. Yeah, now I know what it feels like to be someone who works at a church. It says, I'm speaking from my own experience of buying and playing on Steam, not data oriented. Gotcha. Lady Mystery Space says here for the baby, maybe. Rafg, for silly friend slop games like Among Us, etc., wouldn't styles cartoonish art fit the best? I don't see how realistic would fit that. No, I actually think you're wrong about that. I think that what is the best selling friend slop game? Let's see, best selling friend slop games. Like, I agree that I don't think friend slop capitalizes on beautiful art styles as well as other games, but like, let's see. Like, I'm thinking of what is that friend slop game that came out? Like, does Peak really look? Peak looks kind of good, doesn't it? Peak screenshot. Okay, so Peak doesn't look great, but it doesn't have to look this good. You could definitely, look a lot worse. I think if Peak looked worse, I think it would sell worse. I think if Peak looked better, I think it would sell better. I don't think it needs to look like this. God, what was that really beautiful looking friend slop game that came out that sold really well? Oh, what was like, it like was one of the highest grossing friend slop games. It was like a shooter, or was it an extraction shooter? I can't remember. I don't know. There's definitely a lot of cheap looking friend slop games. I agree that the genre is more tolerant to ugly art styles than other genres. That's why friend slop, I think, is like that's why a lot of indies want to make friend slop games right now, because it's so low craftsmanship. You can make the potential to make a lot of money is very high, but the production cost is very low. I don't think you need to have a cheap looking game. I just think it so happens that you can get away with a cheap game. So might as well make a cheap game and have it make a lot of money. But I think if the art style looked better, I don't think it would hurt the game in any way. But you might just be wasting your money if you did that. But no, I don't think I don't think the style calls for an ugly looking game. I just think that the style tolerates an ugly looking game, and that's my opinion though. I don't buy obscure games. I don't have time. Yeah, no, I don't buy obscure games either. Just from data perspective, I mean, I've scraped all of Steam and I've organized everything by tags. I've done a lot of like research on Steam, I guess. A baby drop and run, yeah. I can't remember the name of that really high fidelity looking friend slop game. I think it cost like $10 million to make or something, but that game made a lot of money. But that's just one example. I don't know. You'd have to do like an actual analysis. If there's a correlation between art style and sales in the genre of friend slop to make an actual call on that. Doesn't it call for cartoonish style? In my opinion, it doesn't. In my opinion, it doesn't call for any particular style because it's friend slop. I don't think it calls for cartoonish style. I just think it tolerates a cartoonish style, so you can make a cheaper looking game. But I don't think the game sells better because it's cartoonish. That's just my opinion. I think if you made a friend slop game that was more in line with the taste of Steam art style wise, I actually think it would sell better. If there was a friend slop game that looked like Killzone 3, I think that would give it a better shot than other friend slop games. I really do. I really do. Games like Valheim outselling big productions, even if graphics is not a priority. Oh, Valheim looks amazing though. Valheim is a really beautiful game. Valheim is in Steam's wheelhouse for sure. I think that art, like visually, that is absolutely to Steam's taste. So I think that works really well. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. I think a lot of friend slop games are ugly and they sell in spite of the fact that they're ugly. I don't think that them being ugly necessarily. I think a photorealistic friend slop game would be great. The jail is to discover. Oh, the goal. Okay. I thought you were doing like an archaic spelling of jail. What is the fun in the game? Then choose everything, including art style, to support it. Ryan GQ, what eShade Studios ever mentor or offer consulting services? No, I don't think so, because I just want to make games. Yeah, I just want to make games, and we're good at it, and hopefully we can make a lot of money doing that. I think I'd only do that if our game business failed. Valheim is the only game with pixel graphics I enjoy. It doesn't have pixel graphics, though. It has like that PS2, it has low fidelity textures, but it's very high fidelity. I mean, it has like doesn't have like ray march to like volumetric light and stuff. It has like a lot of really high fidelity graphics tricks. The lighting is very high fidelity. So we have the restoration anim. I just want to move that up all the way to the top here. Yeah, I would say Valheim is an absolutely gorgeous game and more in the photorealistic direction than the like cartoony direction for sure. The lighting is definitely going for photorealistic stuff. It has GI, like it has, I don't know if it has ambient occlusion, but it has atmospheric perspective, a lot of very beautiful atmospheric perspective. It's sort of dark, like in its rendering style. It's not kiddie at all. Especially the NPCs are realistically proportioned, which I think is very important if you're trying to go for a style that is as broadly appealing to Steam as possible. I think that Most Steam players go for the more realistically proportioned NPCs, or not NPCs, just characters in general. Again, that's only if you're trying to appeal to as many players on Steam as possible. Of course, if you're an artist and you have something beautiful in mind, in general, I think beautiful games sell better than ugly ones. So if you have something that's beautiful, you know, that is different than Steam's normal taste, I definitely think it can sell. But I also just know from a data-oriented perspective that there are some art styles that are more interesting to more Steam players than others, no matter how, you know, good they are on their own merits. I want to take the player. Do I have a Viz cam in this stupid thing? Here's Viz. So this is the camera I use just so that we can see what we're doing. So I'll put the Viz cam at the bottom here. And then hopefully, yes, there, we can see the bottom. So I'll check where the entry point is. So there's the entry point. I'll put the Viz cam right on the entry point, which is somewhere like right there. And we just need to really extend out the terrain. We'll put some bushes. Do we need to extend out the terrain? In this case, I think, yeah, we came from those bushes, so we're going to want to make the bushes. I think we might be able to get away without extending the terrain. So let's put a plane, 3D objects, plane. I'll use my plane replacements. And I'll put it right here. I'll leave the collision on it as well. I like to use the box colliders. I don't know why, it makes me feel safer somehow. Oh, you know, one issue, we really should extend the terrain because, yeah, we're going to have issues with that. So we should go into the terrain file, Dark Forest Terrain, and we should just find Dark Forest Terrain 2 and go into blend, or no, it's going to be in models, blends. There's Dark Forest Terrain. It doesn't look like there is such a thing as Dark Forest Terrain 2, so it must just be in Dark Forest Terrain. So let's just open that blend file. Okay. Ryan JQ says, I was blown away for the visuals in Grige. Yeah, Grige is a really spectacular looking game for sure. It's pixel graphics. Interesting. Well, I guess it's just semantics. So I guess we just have different definitions of pixel graphics. To me, a full 3D game that is vector, you know, rendered is like, it doesn't have pixel rendering. It just has low res textures. I don't see it as pixel art. Let's see. Frags for all. Thanks so much for the follow. Appreciate that. But anyway, that's just semantics, so whatever. Yeah, great. It had great silhouettes. It had great form. It had great environmental composition. Yes, I liked the shaders as well, but it also had great like atmospheric perspective and great, it had great volumetric light, all that stuff. I thought it was really, yeah, I don't think it was the shaders. I mean, everything about the game is realistic. Like, well, I'll point out some things in Valheim that I think are very realistically informed. Well, first of all, the architecture style of the game is extremely realistic, like extremely representational. The sort of beams and the way everything is trimmed up has a lot of realistic, like I would say is going for realism. If you look at the silhouettes of all of the vegetation, it's extremely toward realism. Like even though the actual textures are low res, the silhouettes of all the alpha cards are not. They're really, really high resolution. Like this is really complicated silhouettes. The way the forests are constructed to me is like really going towards realism a lot. Like the way that the undergrowth sort of bunches up with all of the mid growth and the larger trees and everything, is definitely going for realism. There's a lot of like texture blending and stuff on the terrain. This effect is just really cool. This sort of fade, really like it's like a simulation of light scattering, but they've just taken it to a ridiculous, unrealistic level, I guess. That's very stylized, but very cool. I like that a lot. But yeah, I don't know. I've never seen anyone call this pixel graphics, because it's like smooth, right? There's no, just low res textures. Anyway, I don't even know what we're talking about anymore. Tat, hello and welcome. Says eShade was a beautiful game with loads of fun to play. Hey, thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Werbus says Valheim in on Unity HDRP with PS textures. Was it even HDRP? I didn't know Valheim was HDRP. Werbus says, I'm a watercolor painter, so I make my whole game with watercolor textures. Hey, that's awesome. That's really cool. RafG says, did you know that Songs of Glimmerwick goes against Steam's taste before you decided this art style would you have changed it if you could? Yes, I knew that it was against Steam's taste, but it doesn't, no, we wouldn't change it because that's Jacqueline's style. So, Jacqueline is the art director of the game and it's her art style and it's beautiful. And yeah, it's not Steam's main taste, or it's not one of Steam's best, selling taste. I do think that Glimmerwick has some broad appeal in its style simply because it is so beautiful. It's so good at executing its style. I think that appeals to a lot of people. I also don't think it's the bottom of the barrel in terms of Steam taste. Like, I think it's middle pack. So I think there's still a lot of people, like, we're not going to have trouble finding enough people that enjoy that art style. Because it is highly detailed. I think the colors are muted, and that appeals more to Steam as well. There's like, not everything about it is against Steam's taste. I think there's a lot of things going for it that are to Steam's taste. So, yeah, I think it's like middle of the road. In terms of the grand, if you took all games on Steam and lined them up, in terms of art style, in terms of how appealing they are to Steam, I don't think Glimmerwick would be in the bottom 90. You know what I mean? Like, I think that it's still top 10%. Even if something that looked more like, I don't know, something dark and gritty, like, I don't know, let's say Baldur's Gate 3. That's more like in the top 1% of Steam's taste. What did I say? Baldur's Gate 3? That's what I meant to say. Okay. Hatchray says, can you already see the finish line for becoming gold? What percentage have you reached? Oh yeah, we're like 95%. I mean, we've got to be, right? We want to ship this year, so. Tat says your YouTube link on your Blue Sky is broken. Oh, thank you. Okay, I'll have to fix that. Ryan JQ says, I think Grige is watercolor. Yeah, that sounds right. All right, I'm all caught up there. Let's take a look at the Dark Forest terrain. This is not what we want, I don't think. We want to find Dark Forest terrain 2. Oh, it is Dark Forest terrain 2. Okay, so 2 cube. So there we go. Dark Forest terrain 2. And we want to find the entry point for it. It really looks like something here is not where it should be. But I don't know what. Because I'm having trouble seeing, like, it looks like this goes to something else. So there's the ponds. I'm almost certain that, here we go. All right, well, anyway. We need to finish this. So we want, first of all, I'm going to take inventory of what the texture is doing. It looks like we're not even using the UVs. I can't imagine we're using the UVs. I think we must be doing world space, but we'll find out in a second. So if we're using world space UVs, that makes this a lot simpler, but we just have to make sure that the terrain actually goes out as far as we need to here. In fact, what might be better for us if we stop, let's just not extrude that. Let me just grab this and just extrude this way back. Make sure to give us plenty of space, and then we can extrude off the sides here. And we'll put one cut here, and I'll just move this up like this. And we should be able to just put a cut here and grab this vert and move this out of the way. We definitely want that to go. We don't want to leave any sneaky light cracks. Would be nice if this went all the way around, so I'll just go ahead and fill here. And I'll make sure to give a lot of space going off that way as well. Okay. So Arvati says it's about holistic style plus customer fit too. You want to market to cozy non-combats. I don't know. I legitimately think that even if you're making a cozy game, a photorealistic style sells better. That's what I think. That's my sense right now about Steam. I know it sounds like it should be like, well, you're making a cozy game, you want cozy graphics. I don't buy it. I don't think that that's... I just feel that realistic stuff sells so much better on Steam that no matter what your genre is, it will always... I think cozy gamers also like realistic stuff. It's just such a... Of course, there's so many brands of realistic art style as well. I don't want to just sound like it's just like realism and then not realism. There's obviously 1,000 different brands of, you know, something that would qualify as realistic rendering, but yeah. I'm also always skeptical of like, I just want to be data oriented about things. I don't want to feel like we made this game in this art style. I don't want to like pat ourselves on the back and be like, yeah, well, we're making a cozy game, so obviously, you know, our art style is exactly what we want. No, I don't. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But what's more important to me is that I'm really proud of Glimmerwick. I think it looks really beautiful, and that matters to me way more. So, I mean, obviously we want the game to sell too, but we have enough art muscle at Shade Studios to where I don't think we're ever going to make a game that didn't sell because of how it looked. I guess let me put it that way. I think we obsess over it enough. All right, let me be right back, folks. Okay, let's see. Let me catch up with chat. I've been gabbing. Let's see. Oh, I didn't finish reading this comment. Customer Fit 2. You want to market to cozy non-combat customers with Baldur's Gate 3 style graphics, tough sell. I don't think so. Sorry, Saravati, you and I are on the same wavelength like 99% of the time. I don't want to try to sound too argumentative, but I actually don't think that's right. I think BG3 cozy would actually sell better than any cozy game that has ever been made. Personally, that's what I think. I think it would sell a lot. People, yeah, I don't know. I might be crazy. But, I know I already said that. Okay, seems customers cohorts lean to more of the dark and gritty style, but the customer cohort for this genre of game definitely leans to the art style you guys have going. Well, it would be cool if you're right. That would be sweet. But I don't think so. I think we'd sell better if we looked like Baldur's Gate 3. I don't know. Yeah. Well, I mean, Glimmerwick does not look like it does because we thought that was the perfect style to sell as much as possible. Let me put it that way. Glimmerwick is a very beautiful game. It's a very unique looking game. I don't think there's anything out there like it, and I'm super duper proud of it. I don't think that it is optimized perfectly to sell on Steam. I think it'll sell, but anyway, enough about that. I keep gabbing on and on. Raf G says, your answers are really worth gold. I don't know about that. Oh yeah. And also guys, I don't want anyone to think that I absolutely know what I'm talking, or that I think that I know everything, because I don't think that I do. These are just my opinions, and there's a microphone in front of me, so I just tend to gab, but I probably sound like I have a lot more conviction than I actually have. I hope people realize that. Please enable donations on YouTube. Oh, that's really kind of you. Thank you. Well, you buy our game, Songs of Glimmerwick, or buy eShade if you haven't already, and that will be perfect for me. No X or Blue Sky links on YouTube. Okay, I'll have to check my links. Wait, someone said a link was broken. I already forgot. YouTube did not want you to leave it. Oh, I see. Saravati says, let's say in a world where nominally you are right, because delta of production plus time still tilts in your favor for cozy style. The cost delta of production plus time still. Oh, gotcha. Theat7 says, I prefer stylistic over realistic. eShade has amazing visuals. Well, thank you. I feel like eShade is realistic style, but maybe that's just me. Werbus says, no one art style is perfect, so you just pick one and stay with it long enough to finish your project. That's good advice. Spending too much time ruminating what art style will be best. Just choose one that is good for your skills and fast, fun to work with. Yeah, I mean, I actually don't have much choice in the art style. Like, I'm really good at like a particular art style in 3D, so that's how our games are going to look. It like takes a lifetime to get good at a particular art style, so I don't even know who's able to choose. I guess if you're hiring an entire team and you don't know what art style you're going to do, then you have some choice in who you hire. But if you already have your team, you can't do just any art style. At least I don't think so. It's kind of got to jive with whoever's the art leadership at your studio. So there's that too. Theat7 says, I've been playing Slay the Princess recently, and while I do love the game, I wish the art was more detailed. Get that they had to make very many frames for it, but still would have liked for better, more immersive, more detail. Gotcha. All right, so let's give this an export and see if we've fixed this. Let's save this and export it. Okay, the export worked, which I'm really happy about. And let's see if the texture changes at all. Oh, unfortunately, we weren't able to see because the Viz camera moved. Or maybe the Viz camera didn't move, but we lost priority here, which is annoying. Very annoying. Let's turn it off and turn it on and then save it. Werbus says, choices to spend next 5 years mastering the style. Yeah, exactly. I will say the art styles we choose are never fast. We definitely choose very detailed, very difficult, and very high production cost styles. But that's just kind of We're an art studio, so that's kind of where our muscle is. So, okay, I talk too much. I really talk too much. I mean, I'm streaming, but like, I need to shut up. So I don't think it's good for your soul to talk as much as I talk. I think it's I think it's bad. Okay. Let me look at some of the bushes that are around the area. Look at this freaking plant. This plant is awesome. I want to put that in the sort of vanity shot area for our animation. Anyway, I just wanted to look at the kinds of bushes that are around where the player... Okay, it's these. So should I get this exact kind of bush? No, I think I should get these ones. So let me get these large cumulo entry bushes. Get some of these. I'll copy them. And then let's go to Dark Forest 2. Actually, I'll get a couple more. I'll get some of these as well. Get one of these. I'll copy this whole shebang. Let's copy all that. And then let's go to Dark Forest 2. And let's head into it. And then let's paste them in. Paste. And here they are. Here they are. They're kind of all scattered around here. They're also orientated wrong, which is interesting. Don't even really know how that happened. But we'll get him. So one went way off to the no man's land. We'll get that one back. That's the only one that was orientated correctly. It's very strange. So if we just put it at 0 rotation, that seems to be correct. And then this one as well. Let's put it 0. Perfect. Now we can just sort of build up this area. I don't think we're going to need collision. I'm just going to get rid of the box collider on this because we're going to want to make our own collision walls special anyway. Hey, Drip Advisor. Werba says, if you want to work with styles, then my advice is first master realistic, easiest to be hired with it. And style usually deliver concept artists. So will not be your choice anyway. Yeah, I think realism is definitely a good one to start with for sure. And then you want to be informed when you abstract your style. You definitely, I think it's great to start from realism. Definitely agree with that. Okay, so here's some bushes that we can just sort of create the wall here at the bottom. Let's give it a save. Okay. So we're going to move these bushes up a little bit. Just want to define where our wall is. That seems like a pretty good wall. And now with the rest of them, we just want to basically cover up the bottom. So let's get Cumulo Bush 1. And I'll stick some of these other trees in here. Oh, we don't need any colliders on here. So I'll just remove the box collider. Remove the box collider. Let's see, what other kinds of trees do we have? Yeah, we've got some other dead trees I think would be good in here. Maybe a couple of these too. These kind of like look a little bit Christmassy, but this is a transitional area, so it's supposed to be transitioning from the other area. These trees, these big dark ones are nice because they're so dark that I feel like they kind of push the eye away. They're great like border trees to sort of frame up. This would be a lot easier if we could see what we were doing. So I think probably we want to back out. It's just, it takes so long to save a prefab. So if we work on the dark forest too in the interiors here, and this might be a little easier for us. Let's go up to the viz cam, and should, if we put the game view somewhere like down here, we should be able to actually see what we're doing a little bit more easily. So here's the viz cam, and we just need to make sure that this is where the wall will be. So all of that needs to be covered. So now I'm just going to start plugging away. Yeah, this spiky one is great to use for just sort of raw coverage. Although I don't really want it all to look exactly the same, so here we go. We'll do one of these. We'll put a couple more of these around as well. And I do want the path to be completely covered in bushes, so we will need a ton of these bushes. There we go. Let's get this one. Move that bush way down as well. And I don't want the pattern to repeat, so I'm just kind of flipping them back and forth. It's almost like the player went through a little tunnel of bushes to get here. It's kind of what I'm going for. Yeah, perfect. Sort of tip this one over a little bit so we can get some different sorts of coverage. I just want to cover basically the bottom edge of that pond. And we might want to do the same thing over here, or at least put some kind of rock at the bottom here, just to give it a little bit more silhouette detail. That's pretty much good. I mean, we've covered the entire area. I will put one more big bush down here just to make sure that we are getting that coverage that we need. I'll make it really wide, and it'll be really ugly, but you shouldn't be able to see it anyway. So I'll do the same thing over here. Well, unfortunately, you can kind of see that, so maybe I'll just lay it flat. Just in the odd event that you do see the floor, at least it'll have some bush. At least it'll be the right value and everything. And I'll do the same thing over here with this big wide bush. Oh, we have a little bit right here that we need coverage. Oh, I like those, this dead tree. Maybe we do another one sort of over here. Yeah, that looks pretty good. But we need something with coverage. We need some kind of tree with coverage. Don't really want to do another one of these kinds of trees. It'll be fine. Here we go. We'll just do the dark. There we go. We'll do the dark tree and we'll just double it up a couple times just to make sure that if the player never ends up seeing any of that. I'll take the viz cam. First of all, I'll apply all these changes because we did do a lot of work just now. Don't want to lose it in case we crash. Apply all, catch up with chats. Okay. Drip Advisor says, am being harassed by a fly while I try to eat my Thai chicken salad. I hate flies so much. Probably going to do DoorDash, some fish and chips. Delicious. You got all the good foods. Werbus says, what's the Discord link of Eastshade Studios? I don't have it right now, but if you go to the Steam page for Songs of Glimmerwick, I'll just drop that right now. It should be on the Steam page, the Discord link. If you click that, it'll take you to the studio Discord. Hig asks, how did you learn coding? I learned it from the Unity tutorials, like intermediate coding tutorials, which I don't think are anywhere on the internet anymore, but yeah. I used to be a professional 3D environment artist, and that's kind of how I learned a bit about game development, and I worked for AAA, and then I started wanting to learn how to code on the side. I went through some like coding languages. I tried to learn Python for a while. I made some text adventures. I even tried to learn Java for a while, I'm pretty sure. So I do have a couple of years of fooling around with coding before I jumped into the Unity tutorials. But once I started doing the Unity tutorials, I really felt like I was off to the races. Saravati says, I was contemplating changing my free third-person camera to a fixed third-person camera for all the reasons that I'm sure you know, making sure everything looks great from 360 degrees in performance when a random angle doesn't have any culling. It's hurting my soul. I am so into that idea, Saravati. I'm sure you've heard my rant on fixed cameras. I'm sure you've heard it. I am myself thinking about our next game being a fixed camera 3D game. It's risky, but I think it could be magical. And I don't see a lot of people trying it. And I think that it could really be something special. Werba says, I'm looking on the Eastshade webpage and there's no Discord channel. Huh, you should add it there. Let's see. Songs of Glimmerwick. Here it is. Discord right here. It's on the right side, right column, under Steam Deck compatibility. That's our official Discord. Okay. Cries and lack of Bevy tutorials. Hatray asks about Godot. I've talked a little bit about Godot before. I think it's exciting. I mean, I don't really know anything about it because nobody's really made... I mean, there have been a couple commercial games definitely released with Godot, so it seems very capable. Yeah, it seems like exciting stuff. But we're definitely going to try it after we finish Songs of Glimmerwick. We're going to take a little deep dive into Godot, see if it can do the job for us, because I think it'd be really cool to be working with open source software for our game engine. That's very exciting. Unity is very expensive. And, you know, they're a public company and obviously all they care about is monies and they're going to try to extract more. They've already kind of saturated the market. I don't think they can find more customers. So they're going to continue trying to extract more money from their users. So I think it's a good idea to try to, you know, cut. Like, you know, public companies only care about growth. They don't really care about revenue, even if they're making bajillions of dollars. If that bajillions is not going up and the share price is not going up, then they get a little bit pissy. So given that the incentive is growth ad infinitum, and they've already sort of reached the entire games market, it seems like all they can do is try to, you know, do a little bit more damage to us. As users, they're going to try to perform an extraction on us eventually. They're going to try to, you know, pry our money away from us. So that scares me a little bit. Hey, Zons, welcome back. Yeah, that would be my kind of fear with Bevy. Zon says you're building your own engine. No, we would be messing around with Godot. Is what I'm talking about. Werbus says I'm talking about the studio web page, not on Steam. Oh, I see. Are we in less spoiler territory? No, I wouldn't say so. Hey, Nani, we're working on the same thing. We're working on a Dark Forest cutscene. I mean, it's not anything. It's just a sunny. It's just a sun becoming brighter. Is all it is. Saravati says the funny thing about revenue top line though is inflation. If you aren't hitting record highs, then you technically are shrinking. Oh yeah. It's why you see some of the ludicrous must grow every year. Well, yeah, but inflation is only 2%, right? So they want economic growth. They want 10%. Okay, Unity's expensive. I thought you're on monthly plan. Yeah, we're on the monthly plan. It's expensive as shit. It's over $200 per head. It's $600 a month. That's expensive. And it, would go up with more employees, of course. I think it's expensive. Yeah, in the last 5 years, it's been absolutely brutal. Inflation has. But historically, over the last 100 years, it averages 2%. Okay, so I want to move the Viz cam over to the left. So it looks like we've got complete coverage, which is fantastic, and move it over to the right. We need more coverage on the right just to make sure. So let me get some of them trees. And we'll get some of these big cumulo, call them cumulo bushes, just because they remind me of cumulo clouds. There we go. Get that nice silhouette edge covering up the lake there. And there we go. Now all we need is the wall. So let me take a look at the wall we currently have. Let me go ahead and save that. Apply all. Saravanti says for the US past 5 years cumulatively has exceeded 20%. Oh yeah, the overall 5 years, 20%. So Ubisoft, for example, made 1 billion and they made 1.1 billion top line. They're losing market share. Yes, but public companies in general, their point is growth, right? They want to grow. It's not just inflation, right? So all I was saying about Unity is given that public companies always need to grow, it's like I don't think Unity as a public company, as a corporation, is going to be happy with just matching inflation. Like if they're just like, we're just going to keep increasing our Unity licenses to match inflation. I don't think that, I mean, I know for sure that they're going to try to expand their ability. Their organizational focus is not matching inflation. It's going beyond that. And they're already completely maxed out the just pay for game engine market. I don't think there's any more developers that are going to be buying Unity at this point. And I think they think that too. And that's why they keep trying to do all these other weird things. They, keep trying to offer more and more services that are not just working on their engine anymore. So that's why I feel like Unity is not an engine I would really be super excited to tether myself to, given the priorities of the corporation. They're also really have got their hand in the AI bubble. They seem to want to just shove AI into all the parts of the engine. That really makes me sick as well. I don't love that. I know theoretically it shouldn't bother me because, I don't have to use it, but I don't know. Open source seems exciting to me. Also for modability, it seems kind of exciting that you don't have to worry about the engine licensing. You can ship the engine with the game and stuff like that. You don't have to make someone go get a Unity account just so they can mod your game if you wanted to do mod tools. Drip Advisor says, feel way over my head making a voxel game jam. Hey, that's the only way to be, right? In over your head. That's how you learn. Yeah, game jams are... I can't do game jams personally. Let me try to look at the walls for the Dark Forest here. I don't know how to make a game in a few days. Plus, if I was making a game in a few days, I would immediately just like wonder what I don't know. I'm too like commercial. I would immediately try to like start making it commercial. How could this be applicable to a commercial game? Let me search for wall. So here we've got the walls. And I want to see, so these are poly-shaped walls. Should hopefully be able to edit them. Yay, editing it works. It seems like it's not updating though. Why not? Yeah, unfortunately it doesn't seem like it's updating. That's really sad. Oh, that was, okay, great. So, wait, no. When I do the mesh render, it updates, but when I do the mesh collider, hey, it updated. Okay, cool. So it is updating. Hooray. That makes me so happy. So it's just kind of showing us what it used to be. That's fine with me. So if I use turn on the mesh render, I can kind of see where our walls are, which is very helpful. And then I'll just take this all the way over to the side here. And I think that there's probably other walls that we'll pick up from where this one left off. Let's see. Walls. Here, I'll turn off the mesh render here. Look at the other walls. What? Do we have two sets of walls that are exact? No. Do I have no walls on the right side at all? Walls 1. I don't think I have any walls on the right side. That's crazy. Oh my God. I only have the left side walled. Is that actually true? I'm like, can't even believe it. Let's turn off the viz cam and let's see if that's true. Let's save. Okay. Let me catch up with chats. Saravati says, if you're comfortable, you aren't growing. If you're starting out, you have to be uncomfortable for a long, long time before you get to reasonable mastery. Yeah, that's true. And Drip Advisor, I have a whole month. Oh, gotcha. Even trailers are hard to make in a few days. Raf G says, can you make a devlog on how you made your 3D modeling textures? I'm curious to see of your hand-painted, how you hand-painted your textures. I don't have any on texturing. I don't know what textures you're talking about, but Jacqueline, my wife, drew almost everything in the game. I do draw textures myself, like all the textures on the ground and stuff, if that's the ones you're talking about. The textures on this tree, actually a lot of stuff in this environment I made the textures for, like these mushrooms I made the model and texture for. But most things in Glimmerwick, like all this vegetation and stuff, Jacqueline drew. Godot is nice to work with, but it has a ways to go. Interesting. There are very limiting factors. I wonder, like what, Fiat7? I'm curious. What do you feel like is limiting? Werbus says, hand painting is more of a trained skill. There's no special tool or technique. You can just know. Yeah, I think that's probably true. Raf G says for East Shade, I meant. You want me to make a devlog on our 7-year-old, on how I did the textures of our 7-year-old game? Raf G. Like this I cannot do. I mean, eShade has extremely photo-y textures, so really I don't think that there's no hand painting of textures. A lot of textures are actually modeled. I would model and then bake down to a plane, which is, you know, a well-documented thing. If you just type in like how to model textures or like trim sheet modeling or anything like that, you're going to get lots of videos on YouTube. So I would say I didn't really do anything that mysterious on eShade in terms of art production pipeline, just normal 3D environment art stuff, which actually is kind of an arcane forgotten art in a lot of ways, or maybe not forgotten, but like never really known by the mainstream. But so in that sense, yeah, I guess environment art tutorials would probably be something that YouTube doesn't have many of, but I'm just not interested in being a tutorial person. I don't want to teach people how to make games. I just want to make them myself. I've never really liked, I'm going to back out here and I'm going to go to developer start settings. I'm going to make sure we can get to our Dark Force 2. Let's go Dark Force 2. I've never really gotten much satisfaction from teaching. I've actually taught, in real life, I taught a couple classes, several classes, and it wasn't something that spoke to me. I guess there's too many students that aren't that really like trying that hard. It bums me out. I mean, it bums me out because I know that there are some students who will never make it because they're just like not, they're just not, they don't like want it bad enough or something. I don't know. I don't exactly know what it is, but that's the part that bums me out about teaching. Like for every one student that is definitely gonna like go somewhere with games, there's like 9 of them who won't, and that one student who is going somewhere is going to go somewhere with or without you. Like it doesn't matter whether you teach them, they're gone, baby. Like they're gonna figure it out and they're gonna get real good, and then the other 9, you know, there's nothing you can do to make them to like make it, you know, so that they know what they need to know, or that they try as hard as they need to try. And that really bummed me out. And that's why I don't like teaching. That's completely irrelevant to what I'm working on right now. So I really don't need to be gabbing about that. So why don't I shut up? So this Dark Force 2, we've got this restoration animation. I'm just going to turn that off for the moment because I want to just actually check the collision of this new area we made. Okay. Mr. Seng said it's vertex splat or splat map for the ground. Yes, that's correct. It's vertex splatting. Yeah, that's right. It's Barracks. Hello. Welcome. Are you working on Songs of Glimmerwick? That's right. Working on Songs of Glimmerwick, Witch Academy RPG, where the magic of the world is music. Theat says, for starters, it doesn't show you live changes in the editor when testing. Also, the layout of the editor is very limiting. I do like how it lets you choose between GD scripts and C#. Interesting. The layout of the editor is limiting. Huh. Also, the collisions and physics, even with Jolt, aren't as good. Gotcha. Well, I guess for our purposes, that stuff seems to be okay. I mean, we don't really do a lot of physics in our games, so I'm sure it would work fine for us. We also don't usually change stuff in the editor when we're testing. Frags for All says, what if you made a game that teaches people how to make games? No, educational games. That sounds really boring to me. I want to make useless fantasy games. Werba says, whole game dev is just an everyday determination check. Yeah. Sarvati says, would you rather do more informal mentoring type teaching setup where you can audit and filter the mentees you take on? I mean, no, because I don't like feeling like my services are not really like getting the job done. And since there's no guarantees, like even if someone pays me money, I think I would end up doing too much. Like I would be trying too hard, and it would be really hard for me to do it in a way that is cost effective for me. I would want to make sure that the advice I was giving was really, 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 really valuable. And I don't necessarily always know if the advice I'm giving can be worth the money that, that they're paying me. And that would make me really uncomfortable. I feel like, like if somebody paid me $1,000 and they were like, how can we make our game look better? And I'm essentially like, use reference. Even though that is the advice that they need and they need to freaking do it. And I know that that's the path they're getting their game to look better. It makes me uncomfortable that I just told them to use a reference and they gave me all that money, if that makes sense. I don't know. So I would feel like I'd want to get in there and like, give me your assets. I can, show you, like, you do this and look at this reference and try to get this. And I think I would end up doing so much work that I feel like I would make myself into making too little money for, I don't know. I wouldn't want to manage that. I'm also really good at making video games, and I think that's the problem. That's why I don't want to teach. I think it's because I really freaking love making games, and our studio is good at it. I hope Glimmerwick does okay. And if Glimmerwick does okay, and Glimmerwick makes $1 or $2 million net revenue, then this is my dream. This is all I want to do. This is everything I want to dedicate my increasingly shrinking work time to. So that's why I don't think I'd ever take on teaching. Theat7 says it's limiting in that it doesn't have very much flexibility, especially in that it doesn't let you split windows. Oh, interesting. Okay. Add the whole top tab section. Okay, so most of your criticisms seem to be around the editor. I was thinking it would be more like the runtime has limitations. Werba says Godot is very young engine, does not have every tool other engines have. So you need to design project for what Godot has, not try to use it the same way as Unreal. I don't know, man. Godot seems, from my perspective, it looks like it's a very mature engine. I don't know what it doesn't have that I would need, at least on paper. Doesn't seem to be missing anything. Theat7 says, and I'm not a fan of the code editor either. With C# you can use Visual Script though. Gotcha. Tom Brady says, man's purpose is to make games. Godspeed. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Tom Brady. Akatsu, hello and welcome. Haidai says, why only witches? What about wizards? It's just kind of a lore thing. We just went with witches. Everyone's a witch in Glimmerwick. Even if you're a dude, you're still a witch. Which pissed some players off in the demo. But I think that they thought it was a localization error, which makes sense. I mean, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. Awesome. Okay, here we go. So, oops. Okay, so that worked great because we have the, oh, that looks really good. Actually, I'm pretty pleased with that. Amazing. Okay, sweet. I still think it's a little too green, so I think I am gonna reduce the sun. I accidentally went back, but that's great. So I don't actually need to do anything about the collision because there's a trigger there. So I just want to make sure that the trigger is big enough. So let's go Dark Forest 2, because the trigger takes me back into Dark Forest 1, which is actually wrong. Oh, no, it's not wrong. That is correct. Never mind. So I just need to make the trigger portal the entire width, and it is the entire width. I'll make it a little bit wider just because I don't want James is going to sneak around there. He's going to find it. I know if James is here. James is one of our internal QAs, and he's the collision man. He will, if you have a problem with collision, he will find it. Yeah, exactly. Which is kind of a profession. I mean, it is a gendered profession, but um, yeah, I think at least in Glimmerwick, you can be a guy witch. Zon says, "Can I ask a strange question?" Sure, I love strange questions. When looking at game ideas, I know you are having to pick something feasible. Do you think it's important to also pick something you feel interested in making, the process itself? That's not a strange question. Yes, of course, you have to pick something you love with all your heart. You have to pick something that when you think about it, you literally get goosebumps. Like you feel like you need to cry because of how intensely, you know, how moved by it you are, how excited you are by it, that you have to have dreams about it, especially if you want to, that's not true because there are people like, oh, make a game in 3 months or whatever. Those kinds of people, it doesn't matter if you're not doing that kind of game dev. But for the kind of game dev we do where we work on our games for years, absolutely, we don't make a game unless we don't, because we made that marketing is not why most games fail videos. I think people, when they watch that video, they think that this is how we pick what game we want to make, that we do market research. Jacqueline and I, studio heads of eShade Studios, we have never done market research in our lives to pick what game we're going to make. Ever. Never. We are 1000% pretentious art idiots. We only have ever made exactly the game that we want to make. We have, I don't want to say generic taste, but Jacqueline and I are lucky in that our taste is something that is marketable. Our taste is broadly appealing. We like to make game worlds. We like to make virtual worlds. We like to make RPG style games. We love Elder Scrolls. Skyrim is, I think, Jacqueline's number one favorite game of all time. Oblivion is my favorite game of all time. We love Elder Scrolls. We like games that play like Elder Scrolls. So, these things do well on Steam. So we don't have to think about that sort of thing. We just make a game that's in our hearts and we know it'll sell. But for other people, you might have to think a little bit more about market viability. But if you're a robust game designer and you're not a one-dimensional person and you're not a one-dimensional gamer, there's probably 100 different game ideas that you could get really excited about. So you just have to pick one that you're really excited about that also has great market viability. That's my opinion. Hopefully that answers your question. Witches aren't ugly these days. Yeah, James is great at finding collision bugs. How dare you say that about your mother-in-law? Don't let your wife hear you said that. Godot has an issue of games being laughably easy to decompile, making it susceptible to re-upload scams. There are solutions to this, but it's something you need to be aware of. Yeah, I agree. I mean, from what I've looked at, it is a little bit scary. It's a little bit concerning. Making games takes a long time, and there are a lot of rough patches. If you don't have self-motivation, good chance you won't get to the finish line. So true what Saravati says. Absolutely. Werbus says you do not need to fight your own art taste to do games. No, yeah, you definitely don't. You just need to find something that you like, that other people like too. If you find something that only you like, that nobody else likes, well, you're going to lose a lot of money making that, right? So it's kind of common sense, right? But yeah, you can't just make something you don't like. You're going to make terrible decisions about it. You're not going to be able to make it well because you're not going to know what's good about it because you don't even like it. So how can you, if you're a project lead, if you're a lead designer and you're working on something that you don't even like, that's a bad situation. No marketing talk. Yeah, this is dangerously close to marketing talk, but not exactly my button. I need some water. Guys, I need to get some water. Oh, okay, 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 okay. All right. Okay, so we literally just don't have any collision on the right side here. Oh, and Will had a bug where he said he was getting easily. Okay, we just didn't finish the collision. All right, we can finish that. Let's go to our Trello board and see if there's a bunch of stuff with Dark Forest 2. Okay, south edge of Dark Forest 2 needs polish. So that's done. Dark Forest. Nobody else mentioned Dark Forest. How is that even possible? Nocturne Forest. That's what everyone calls it. Okay, Nocturne Forest. Map breaks. So let's look at a pre-cave of questions. Nocturne Forest mushroom area. Let's see this one. Right, okay, so we're going to nip this one in the bud. Perfect. Fell downstairs and got stuck. Okay, that one might need work. Break 2, this is... Right, we just haven't walled the edges of this. Okay, that's kind of a different thing. But we'll get all of these. Let's look at the pre-cave of questions one. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh. Oh, James. All right. So we're going to get that one. Cave of Questions map breaks. Okay, that's the inside of the Cave of Questions. All right. So let's go back to Dark Forest 2. I think we should do this in the main scene. It'll just be easier to see what we're doing. Oh, it feels so good to be getting these things done. So, no, I'm not going to go into the prefab. Backup. Let's turn on the viz cam. And then let's, I guess, we're just going to use the walls that we already have going here. Walls 1. Okay. It's weird. We already have so many walls. But I guess not all. We simply didn't finish. We just left this thing half finished. Okay, roll up the sleeves. Let's do this. I'm going to drink this really quick. All right, I'm really thirsty. Sorry, guys. Okay. So just plodding along here. I just want it to be right at the water. It looks like on the right side, we actually left a little bit of leeway for the player to run into the water. I guess we'll do that same thing on this side. But there's no reason why they need to be going into the mushroom, so we'll make sure they can't go into the mushroom. Actually, we'll make sure they can't go into this rock. And I will turn on the mesh render. And now we should be able to see what we're doing a lot more easily. So I'll move the, actually, do these rocks have collision? Yes, they do. Very good. So now I'll click on the viz cam. And then we'll move the viz cam along so we can see what we're doing with this collision. Let me see if I can click on this. Okay. There we go, and edit the poly shape. And we just want this collision to be, looks like we probably should let the player go in here a little bit, but not into the tree. How's that? That seems pretty good. I don't really see actually a reason to let them go behind that mushroom, so I'll just put it right there. That seems all right. Maybe, I don't know, let's turn off the mesh render. Yeah, we're probably going to want to sort of wall that off with rocks. Let's do it. Let's wall that off with rocks. I just don't want players thinking they can go there. Let's grab a big chunk of rocks, like maybe this one. We'll grab this one too. We'll grab this one as well. All the rocks. And then I will just control, duplicate them, and we'll just move them all the way over here into this little nook. I just want to fill up this little nook with rocks so that players know they cannot go back there. Just make it seem very, just not a place that you're allowed to go. This rock got left behind a little, something like that. How does that look? Yeah, I kind of want to actually fill in the whole thing with rocks, so I'll push this rock all the way to the edge. There we go. That looks very inaccessible. Like you're not supposed to go there. I'll move this forward all the way to the water's edge. Grab this plant. Come on. Ah, come on, Unity. Okay, let's move this all the way over here. Something like that. There's that little space in there that seems like it probably wants a rock. I don't want to spend too much time on this. Oh, that looks really ugly. Just completely filling it in. It's crazy how ugly that looks. Let's go -1 on that. And let's just scale it down. How's that? Still pretty ugly, but better than it was. Anyway, let's go back to our walls. Ooh, those walls are hard to find. Type in walls. There we go. Edit. Okay, and then we'll keep going. That seems good. Let's turn on the mesh render just so we can continue to see what we're doing. And we need the walls here on this boardwalk. So I just need to put a point right on the edge so the players can't walk off the side of this boardwalk. All the way around here. I can't believe I didn't finish. I just kind of left this job undone. It's kind of crazy. Now there's all these rocks here. I don't see a reason why players need to be walking in them, so I'm just gonna create collision there as well. Invisible walls, I'm sure people will cry, but whatever, they can cry. And just continuing to make the walls along there, and then I don't necessarily need players messing around in this, so we'll wall that off as well. Now if I go all the way over here, it messes everything up, so I'm just gonna make sure to not do that. And I just want to get it really close, make absolutely certain the player cannot squeeze through there. Okay, let's turn off here, and then I'll just turn off the mesh collider. There we go. Got a great mesh collider shape. And hopefully that is finished. That is a crazy huge poly shape, my God. So we're gonna have to test all that. See how that feels. Let's go ahead and apply the changes because we did a lot of work there, a lot of good work. I also want to hunt down some of the cards because we undoubtedly fixed a bunch of cards just now. Because we probably had a lot of bug reports of different, like just walking off the edge there. So I want to check that out. Okay. Hey, Koi Koopa. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Well, that is very nice of you to say, and I'm glad it's inspiring. Okay, we're going to jump into game mode. Oh, actually, yeah. First we're going to test, and then we're going to go see if we can find some of the cards. Oh, I did want to look at the collision. There's one card from Will that I saw. Will is our other internal tester. Also happens to be my wife's brother. Or my brother-in-law, I guess is a more normal way to say that. He had a card where he was saying, I can't remember, something about these boards, either easy to get stuck on or easy to fall off. If it was easy to fall off, then of course we would have just fixed it just now, but I need to find the card. This wall actually feels pretty... That feels a little bad. I think I need to bring that down a little bit lower to the level of the rocks. But this wall feels pretty good. I think I need to put a rock there, otherwise people are going to cry invisible walls. This one seems to work quite well. This... Oh, that's weird that I can walk right through that mushroom. Yeah, that's going to bother people too. So I need to move that in. I don't know what's blocking me, but I need to put a rock right here. Okay. Koi Koopa says, if you are working every day, why you don't stream? Just depends on what I'm working on. Like, well, the other day I was paying invoices. So I just paid like 15 invoices from our voice actors. And I don't really want to stream paying people and me logging into a bunch of different banking apps and paying people and writing emails and stuff like that. So there are some things that are better to stream than others. And also sometimes I'm too, actually really the big inhibitor on whether I can stream or not is what my childcare situation looks like. If I know that like over the weekend, we don't have any childcare help. It's just me and Jacqueline. So on those days, I don't want to stream on a day when Jacqueline is watching both kids, because then, you know, I'm going to be up here. And if I hear shit hit the fan downstairs, you know, and I hear that both the kids are crying at once, I don't want to just leave her with that. So I know I could at any moment, I need to jump up and go help. So then I don't want to stream, because then I'm just constantly going to be going BRB and stuff, and then potentially be BRB for 2 hours, right? So It just depends on our childcare. Right now we have someone here to help us for like the next 5 hours. So I can just close my door and be completely gone from the house, essentially. RapG says, in your previous live streams, you mentioned that you were a bit underwhelmed by the effect of Next Fest, and it was worrying you. Any update on your numbers? Yeah, our Next Fest finished okay. Like, we kept getting better and better every day, which I didn't really expect. I expected a different sort of looking curve, but by the end of Next Fest, we had 11,000 wish lists, which is all right. I mean, I expected minimum 10,000, and we got 11,000, so I guess it was more than what I expected. Or sorry, more than the minimum of what I expected, but I really would have liked to be a lot higher. But I also learned that most games that do really well on Next Fest actually dropped their demo more recently. And so, and I know, sorry folks, I know I've said this a bunch of times before, but we did really well with our demo drop. Like, we got 30,000 wish lists from our demo drop. So some, like the top, I believe the game at the top of Next Fest, or one of the games at the top of Next Fest got like 40,000 wish lists. And if I look at that, but they also dropped their demo literally the day before Next Fest. So if we had dropped our demo the day before Next Fest, we would have got our 30,000 that we were already destined to get without Next Fest. And then we would have got our 11,000 from Next Fest. We also would have had 40,000 wish lists. But I guess I just learned that the demo drop is actually way more important than Next Fest. At least if you're a game that already has good natural lift, your demo drop is way more, a much bigger moment than Next Fest. And I think I conflated the data on that a little bit. I thought that, you know, a good Next Fest would bring you 40,000 wish lists just on its own. But as I looked through the other games on Next Fest, it seems like most of the best performance just dropped their demo more recently. And it's actually not Next Fest that is the reason they're performing so well. It's just that they did their demo drop. That is why they're high up in the Steam ladder at that particular moment. Because like, if Grand Theft Auto 6 dropped their demo 6 months ago and we dropped our demo today, we are going to be doing better than Grand Theft Auto 6. At least for the day, we would be beating GTA 6. So it just doesn't really work exactly the way that I thought that it did. I need to turn on the viz in order to fix these issues that I saw. I need to open up this thing and go to our walls. And turn on our mesh render and find out where we are. So there's, turn it off. Okay, so it was that just behind this mushroom. Is where I wanted a rock. Right there. Okay, so that's kind of cutting in there, but we do need a rock here. I don't want it to be cutting into this mushroom, but there needs to be a rock, so I don't really know what we're going to do. I could, no, that doesn't look good. Let me just try to find a different rock. Oh, really? You can't delete a freaking prefab. That's so frustrating. Unity cannot delete a freaking rock. Seems like no matter what I put there is kind of going to be a problem. Maybe if I turn it like that. That seems to work okay. Just turn it a little bit. Yeah, okay, cool. So that works. I'll squash it too. Okay. I just need to try to remember to delete this other rock. Does it even matter? It probably doesn't even matter. No, I doubt it matters. But there was another rock we had back here that I wanted to delete, whatever. We'll just put it, shove it there. Actually, that looks good. I like the way that looks. I'm going to leave it. Okay, this mushroom we walked right through. So I'm going to add a mesh collider to this and then give it a convex. At least you can't walk through it anyway. It's a really high-res collider. Seems a little wasteful, but whatever. This one you're going to be able to walk through too. You know what? Can I put like a... I don't think I can get a group of mesh colliders and convex them all. It would be nice if I could. I can't believe these mushrooms don't have colliders on them. Surprising. I noticed another issue that felt weird. I think it was right here. I felt like I needed a rock. So let's grab a rock and stick it. Actually, this rock I think looks maybe a little bit better. So let me just put that rock right there just to act as a sort of, you cannot go here. This is a wall. Don't even try. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear your sass. Can't go here. We don't want to hide these beautiful little mushrooms, so let's move them. Save the mushrooms. Ah, some more mushrooms must be saved. Come, come, my little friends. Here, we should probably cover the silhouette bottom of that. And I will squash this rock a little bit as well. Okay, let's see how that looks. Let's move our viz cam. Let's check our move the viz cam so we can actually see what we're doing over here. Okay, it doesn't look great, but we're not trying to make it look amazing anymore. We've already done our part. It already looks pretty good. Now we just need to cover up stuff. It also seems like we should put a rock over on the left side there because I imagine, you know, that's going to be another, well, this rock is clearly too wide. Let's get a different rock. It's going to be another situation where it just looks like you should be able to walk there. So we just want to cover all that stuff with rocks. I'll make it really big rock. There we go. I'll squash it a little bit on the X. Whoa. You guys can probably barely even see it. It's right there. Move it down. There we go. Now it definitely looks like you can't walk there. I'll scale it up a little bit taller on the Y. Cool. Sweet. Okay, so I think we fixed the issues that we saw. I think. I just want to find that card that was something about the Nocturne Woods. I think it was in medium priority, and I think it was pretty old. Something about the Nocturne Forest. Stuck in Nocturne Forest. Okay, so this is the same bug as another area. Something about a boardwalk. Should have been... Search for boardwalk. Okay, nothing here. Boards? Oh, God. Wait. What? We're getting E-shade bugs in here too? Okay. Catwalk? Come on. Sound drops out. Okay, we already fixed that. Wherever it is, it could have been an E-shade bug for all I know. Mushroom? Bridge in mushroom section of Nocturne. There it is. There it is. Okay, sweet. Bridge in mushroom section of Nocturne Forest. Easy to get stuck on. Let's see this video. Oh, it's a screenshot. This bridge has lots of high points where you can get blocked trying to walk across it. Okay. Bridge in mushroom section. So I'm pretty sure I can fix that. Bridge in mushroom section of Nocturne Forest with just a box collider. I don't think those boards need colliders anymore because now that we have, yeah, I actually don't even know why they have colliders in the first place. They really don't need any. What? These are all separate. Are you crazy? What is wrong with you? Like literally, what is wrong with you? Why are these all separate? It's so weird. You're a weird guy. Let me create an empty and call this like, I forgot I can't do shite in the prefab view. Okay, let me just apply the changes and then go inside the prefab, apply all. Okay, let me catch up with chat. Let's see. Oh, Werbus says 80% of game dev is too boring to stream. Yeah, that's true. And actually, most of the stuff I'm doing is too boring to stream, but I stream it anyway. And some people find it interesting, so that's good. But a lot of people don't. You know, that's why my stream will never be a big stream, I think. Require too much focus. I'm actually able to focus very well in stream most of the time. Just naturally talking all the time in my brain, so I just talk out loud and I pretty much ignore you guys. At least when I'm really locked in, I can ignore you guys for like 20 minutes straight. And as long as the chat isn't doing too much in the corner of my eye, which it usually isn't because I usually don't have that many viewers, it works pretty well. So Raf G says, will you ever consider hiring intern programmers that will work for you part-time or for free? Or would that drag your studio down? So I'm of the opinion that beginners... So many people, this pisses people off so much because they're like, why doesn't anyone hire beginners? The reason why we don't hire beginners and the reason why most studios don't hire beginners is because beginners don't do anything. Like they are not good enough to contribute. All they do is, like you said, is weigh the other more expensive, more experienced developers. It just weighs them down. And I understand in order to have, you know, good developers, you need to have beginners. But I don't know. For many disciplines, you actually can skip the beginner part. You can just literally hire a medium level person. Like for like 3D art, when I got hired at ArenaNet, I was already not a beginner. There's no way I was a beginner. I was already really good. I was a really good artist. I was 100% ready for production when I was hired at ArenaNet. I could already make stuff that was better or at least as good as what most artists in that company could make, even ones that have been working for 10 years. So you just have to hire people that are already ready for production. And if you hire an intern who you kind of have to teach stuff, they don't really know a lot of stuff, you're just costing your company money, and we don't have money to burn. So that's why we would never hire like interns, and we would never have anyone work for free ever. That's a rule of mine. I don't like having anyone work for free. Even like actually James, if he's still in the stream, he was doing he entered into the beta program and he was testing the game, and he was doing so much stuff, and he was reporting so many bugs, and he was even like testing, like finding repros for other bugs that other people had reported. And that's beyond beta program stuff. That's like, no, you're doing quality assurance stuff right now. Like, so we actually ended up hiring him part-time to be our internal tester, so he could keep doing that stuff. And then I don't have to feel horrible because there was just too much work to ask of someone. But yeah, so I don't like having people unpaid on the project. It makes me feel wrong. Like if we ever hired an intern that was so good that they were actually contributing and we weren't paying them, I would just feel like shit. I just feel like that's wrong. It just makes something inside me just doesn't feel it's right. So anyway, okay, let me catch up. Koi Koopa says, weird no one pushed Danny's button asking him about game marketing. Hi Dai says, there are millions of streamers with their each unique games and goals. And Warbus, beginners are more for mid or bigger studios. Yeah, maybe that's for bigger, but big studios don't want beginners either. Nobody wants beginners. Just nobody wants them. I'm sorry, but it's just nobody wants to burn money. But you're right. I mean, it's true. They have more money to burn, but nobody wants to burn money. So I guess you would just hire beginners on the off chance that one of them becomes a ninja and that you get to hire them. But like, you could also just look for a ninja, you know, that's some can be better. I didn't mean beginners. I have 20 plus years of programming experience, but I can't find a part-time job as game developer beside my real job. Gotcha. Yeah, it's tough. Well, and beginner is, you know, it could be someone with a lot of experience too. It just is how how are they production ready for game dev? But yeah, we would after we ship this game, I do want to hire some people. I want to hire another programmer. I want to hire potentially an animator rigger. They'd have to be a combo. They'd have to be able to do more than just animation. They'd have to do rigging too. And I want to hire a character artist / prop artist. Again, they'd have to do more than just characters. And none of those would be, all those people would have to be really good. Like, I don't care about their experience necessarily. Like, I don't care if they've never worked in games, but they have to have a portfolio that shows me they are ready to work in games and they are already really, really good. But like our programmer that we hired right now, who works with us full time, she already had a really good portfolio. She already had 6 years of experience making games, and she had games on Steam actually that she was the lead programmer on, that we knew. Like, she told me she was the only one with Unity. So that told me, okay, so you basically did everything, right? Like, she was completely the wrangler. She did all the UI. She brought all the assets together. She built out all the scenes. Like, I knew that she had done all that stuff. So that told me that she was absolutely ready for production. So we built up this wall, and I was just trying to find a way to make these things actually have reasonable collision. So I'm just going to create a new empty and call this like boardwalk. Oops. I need to go into the prefab. That's what I was trying to do. Sorry, I lost my train of thought here. Stupid. I wouldn't say generalists. I mean, I've been burned by that before, especially programmer. I want a programmer. I don't want like someone who's kind of an artist, kind of a programmer. I want a programmer. And they, you know, if they can do other stuff, then great. With programmer specifically, I just want a programmer. But with animator, I mean, we can't support an animator full-time. I want to hire full-time people. I just like having full-time people better than doing contractors, but we cannot support a full-time animator who does nothing but animation and can't make their own rigs. Because if they can't make their own rigs and all they're doing is animations, I just don't think that we have enough. Like, if our games takes 5 years, can we supply an animator with animations to do for 5 years? I hope not, because if we can, then we're doing something really wrong. I think we need to not be spending so much on just individual animations. So that's why I feel like I would need someone who also knows how to make the rigs and skin all the character models and stuff like that. But I don't know. I don't know if that's asking too much. Let's do boardwalk. Can I put, let me see, boardwalk. Here's the boardwalk objects. I want to put this board and this board inside the boardwalk object. And then I want to move the boardwalk object down here, and I want to add a mesh collider to it and then try doing convex. I wish it would wrap up the objects inside. That would be just way too convenient, but that's not going to work, and we're not going to be able to do that. So let's not even try. What I need to do is remove the box collider from all these. And I need to just do a, just grab one. Unpack prefab completely. And then just make sure it doesn't have any weird rotations. I'll remove the mesh render and we'll just call this like boardwalk collision. And it shouldn't matter too much that it's just a box collider because we can just make it way bigger than we need to. And that should be fine for us. Because now that you can't walk into the water anyway, I think that this will be okay. It might take a few. I don't want to be too crazy with it, so it might just take a few collisions to do it. Let's see. Here we go. That seems fine. And we'll do one more right here. Okay, I want that to extend way into the ground. Oh, perfect. So we got it all. Okay, so that works. I'm just going to build all of the boardwalk collisions out of this stuff, these boxes. Okay. That should be easy enough. Let's see. Hi Dai said, you want an animator with all these attributes because it's also cheaper. I would just want an animator who can rig. That would be the most important thing. They can just skin the rigs to the... They could just make a rig and skin the character meshes. I don't think that that's too much to ask. I know that at ArenaNet, the character modelers would skin the rigs, or they would skin the meshes to the rigs. So these were not even animators and they were not riggers. They were just literally character artists and they would skin. So I don't think it'd be too much to ask an animator to skin. But it's cheaper in the sense that, like, if you don't have enough work to supply a full-time X kind of person, then you're either going to not, you simply won't have one. You would need to, get a contractor. Or if you want a full-time person, then you need a person who can do that thing you want, plus a couple other things, so that you can actually fill their full-time. Because at least if we had someone who could skin and rig, then they would be doing all those other things. Then we don't have to hire a contractor to do those other things, and we'd be able to fill their full time, basically. Because we have, at Eastshade Studios, we have gotten by without an animator. Like, I did all the animation on Eastshade, and that was like literally like 5% of my, 2% of my time. So we're not really an animation heavy studio. Of course, I want to get better I want to have better animation, so that's why, like, I want to expand our animation capabilities a little bit, so that's why I would want an animator. Okay, cool. So now we have boardwalk collisions. The only thing is we need to get rid of all these boards, so let's just remove all the box colliders on these boards. Werba says, rigging is not hard. I think most animators can do it. I think, making a really, really good rig for like a Pixar movie would definitely require a specialist, but I made the rigs for the Eastshade characters. Jacqueline made the rigs for the most of the Glimmerwick characters. Jacqueline ain't a rigger. She's not even an animator. I'm not a rigger. I'm not an animator. And it seemed to work well enough. And we have enough of an artist eye to where we could kind of pull it off. So yeah, I agree. An animator who has a good eye should be able to make a rig that works for them. I mean, they're the ones that are going to be using it, right? So they should kind of know, what they need. I wouldn't think it'd be too much to ask, but you never know, especially if we're paying competitively. Which that's the other thing. I want to be able to pay. I would love to have, just a small group of really good people that just are, just go-getters. They can do a lot of stuff. Not even because they have exactly the skills you need, but because they just have good artist eyes and they are, self-motivated and ready to just tackle it and keep cracking at it until it's going to work. That's kind of how I am. It's definitely how Jenny is. It's how Jacqueline is too. So I feel like that's why we can make such big games with such a small team. All right, so right, we need to remove the box colliders on all of these boards because they're causing issues. So let's just search Seaflower Festival Beam, Seaflower Festival Beam. And I'm just going to grab all those, remove the box colliders, all those. Okay, so these ones don't have box colliders. Remove the box colliders there. And none of the others seem to have box colliders. So I think we did it. I think we removed them all. Of course, we need to test it, so let's save. Okay. We're about to, Deep Ak Narwhal, hello and welcome. I want to build a battle royale game. Which thing I need to focus on or keep in my mind before starting out? Battle royale games, since they're multiplayer games, are actually really, really, really hard. I think, of course, they're hard to build, but they're also hard to sell because you need a critical mass to even get it started. And that sucks. Like, I have a buddy who worked at a very well-funded studio. I mean, we're talking like tens of millions of dollars. And the game actually flopped. It completely flopped. And they lost a ton of money because it just wasn't quite right, the game. And it's a kind of a winner-take-all market, the Battle Royale, because you need to have, so many concurrent players. Like, Eastshade, okay, check this out. Eastshade made $3.7 million gross. That's our last game. Our max concurrent player, our peak all time out of the since we ever launched, the peak concurrent players of Eastshade is like, I think it's 400 something. That's the most amount of people that has ever been playing Eastshade at once. Dude, if you made a battle royale game that had a peak concurrent players of 400 people, it would be dead on arrival. You would be freaking dead. You would make no money. The game would immediately be dead within like a week because you need so many concurrent players. That means Eastshade, which was a mid-tier indie hit, sort of upper middle class game that made millions of dollars, would not be viable if it was just as good in a battle royale genre. It would have flopped because it would not have made that critical mass of all the hundreds of concurrent players you need to have every single second of every single day forever, right? In order to sell copies of a battle royale game. Anyway, that's my opinion on the sort of multiplayer games that have such a high barrier, like, to even get going. I personally don't think it's viable unless you have $100 million. And if you have $100 million, you better be ready to lose it all, because even people with $100 million cannot seem to get a battle royale game. Guys, 1 second. Okay, let's see. Warbus says I'm making my own rigs for my whole game. Awesome. Okay, I just finished my rant about okay, yeah, Deep Act Narwhal asked about Battle Royale, and I just kind of pooped on the parade and just said, if you want to make a Battle Royale game, don't. You're basically screwed. Sorry, but that's my opinion. Lupercal, hello and welcome back. Warbus's Battle Royale is very high level of game dev. Do not start with them. Yeah, I think it's not even is it not a starter thing to do? It's actually not something that anyone maybe can do. It seems like I'm telling you, this studio had $100 million and they still couldn't do it. It's such a risky genre. Deepak Narwhal says, "Oh, it's a emoji. Want to create a game that can rival PUBG. Yeah, that's tough. It's tough. So I want to try the new boardwalks." But hey, I mean, if nobody ever did it, then we wouldn't even have Battle Royale. So somebody has to do it. But maybe if your risk tolerance is high, like if you don't mind spending a bunch of years or money on a game and you're okay with it failing and making nothing, then maybe you're the perfect person to try to make a Battle Royale game. Geez, even this mushroom has no collision. I cannot believe that. Okay, that's great. Okay, so this works much better now. The collision is pretty slick. Perfect. This is perfect. This is weird that this rock doesn't have a collision. I'm really pleased with that collision. This one works really well too. Awesome. This one works great. Okay, we can't go this way. That works great. Beautiful. This is beautiful. This is really good collision. I don't really like that I can walk right through this mushroom. Maybe we'll put a collision on that. Yeah, but this is working really well. I'm really happy with it. Cool. Okay, we're good. We're good to go. And this, I think, is all done. Yeah. Sweet. We did all of this. Can I walk behind this? No, I can't. I need to put something there. This entire area should be covered with more bushes. So I just need to cover that with bushes. And one of the mushrooms I didn't want to walk through. Warbus says, new genre is usually born from mods to other games. Yeah, it can be. So we had the mushroom that you could walk through right here. Let me add a box or a mesh collider to that and just do convex. There we go. Should be a little bit better. This one will do as well. Mesh collider, convex, and then this one rock you could walk right through was kind of weird. I think it was over here. Yeah, this one, I think. One box collider. Oops, not a mesh collider, a box collider. Box collider. Very nice. I'll just don't want to get too ambitious with this box collider. Yeah, I think Battle Royale games are really special because it's not just that they're hard to make, it's that they're almost impossible to get going because there is no ramp. There is no ramp for you. Like, you cannot make a Battle Royale game that just makes $1 million. Like, for most indies, $1 million is amazing, right? Like, most indies are not going to spend $1 million making their game. And if your game makes $1 million, it likely means that it was highly profitable. But for Battle Royale games, it's like you can't make $1 million because there's just like no Battle Royale game that has like just a couple concurrent players. You can't have like 20 concurrent players in a battle royale game. It just doesn't work. I'm gonna do capsule colliders on some of these mushrooms. I think like this one actually should probably have a capsule collider. Maybe, you know, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Someone maybe can research this and see are there any battle royale games that have made. Actually, you know, maybe I don't want to be full of shit about this. Let's see. This is really easy to check. I'll just go Steam tags. Let's go battle royale. Let's see. Are there any middling sellers of battle royale games? Call of Duty, is that really a battle royale game? I don't know. Let me log in to my account here. Okay, here we go. So now I should be able to see revenue. I want to see any game that made like $3,000 to, let's see, $2 million. I want to see every single battle royale game in this. Okay, so how many are there? So first of all, there's almost none. This is, guys, this is really, really, really crazy. To only have 20 games in the entire history of Steam to be making between $200,000 and $2 million, which is a massive revenue range. Okay, how many games have made 2 million plus battle royale games? I want to see how many battle royale games made. Okay, so only 9 have ever made that much. So battle royale in general, 200, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. This is really, really, really something scary. But let's actually look, are these actually battle royale games? Because they might not be. Like, is this a multiplayer? Why is it taking so long to open Steam page? This game made a lot of money. Is it actually It is.
Preferably alive. This will cost you dearly.
Is it like free to play or something? Okay, it's really cheap.
Got myself a moving target.
Okay.
So sorry.
I think it is. I think it really is a battle royale game. Okay, so this is a game. This fits the bill. So it has happened. It's possible. There are a couple games here that have done it. How much did these make? Like, okay, so we got here's some low. Like, what does deployment look like? A game that made $300,000 in net revenue. Want to see? It's like Bloodshore. This is interesting. So this game, yeah, it has bots and stuff. Okay, so it seems like it is possible, but it's almost, it's very rare to be able to do it. And I don't know if they have bots or what, but like, check this out. Let me do some other genre. Like, let's do like City Builder. So 22 games, right? 22 games that made between $200,000 and $2 million as a battle royale. Check this out. 256 games in the City Builder genre. Do you see what I'm talking about? Like, I just picked a random genre. Look at how many games there are that can make a middle class revenue. Like, as a city builder, you have over 10 times as many games in the $200,000 to $2 million class. Whereas as a battle royale game, only 20 games have ever, been a middle class battle royale game. It's possible there are just way more city builders, but I mean, you do any genre, you do farming sim, you're going to see. Okay, actually, there's only 126 games in this band, which is surprising for farming sim. But there's a much healthier middle class of most of these other genres. So that's why I say do not try Battle Royale. Or really any game that needs a high amount of concurrent players, I think is dead on arrival, personally. Okay, let's see. Fiat says, random question. Have you been hurt by gray markets like G2A? No, because we've never sold our keys to anyone. So there's literally no gray market keys to be had. You can't get a gray market key of eShade. We've never done a bundle or anything. So, or not a bundle, like, we've never done a key reseller. The key resellers ask and they're like, hey, can we buy, you know, however many thousand keys from you for X amount of money? We're always like, no, absolutely not. It's just our game sells too well. It's like we're not going to give you a bunch of keys. Our game still sells really, really well. Our game actually selling better than ever right now because of Songs of Glimmerwick. Our sales are up 300%. We made more money in the last 3 months than we made in all of 2025. So we just have never sold off keys. You need so many players. Yeah, exactly. If you want, for any matchmaking game, you need such a high concurrent players. Yeah. Deep Narwhal says, I don't know which country they are from who created Body Cam. You might have even heard of this game. It's super cool. Yeah, I'm sure that some people have done it, but I'm just looking at the numbers, I guess. Okay. Koi Koopa says, in the game, the mushrooms are 3D, but the trees are 2D. What's the reasoning behind that? How do you decide what gets to be 3D and what stays 2D? Yes, I just thought the mushrooms, like we could either ask Jacqueline to draw a bunch of different mushrooms at a bunch of different angles. I thought that the 3D thing would work. I prototyped it, and that's why it's 3D. I just had a feeling that the 3D mushrooms would work, and I wanted to try out this environment myself, and so that's just the way I did it. And I knew that if I made a 3D mushroom, I could rotate it in every angle and get lots of coverage. This environment is really strange. The trees are actually also 3D. Check this out. I actually modeled out all those roots and stuff. The reason the trees are 3D is because they're so insanely big that like I knew that the textile density was going to be really rough. If we wanted to make a tree this tall, it would have to be like at least a 4096. And that was just going to be really expensive and a lot for Jacqueline to detail for a texture that big. So I just tried it out in 3D. I prototyped it and it worked well. But this could have been done in 2D as well, I think. But since I'm the one who prototyped this environment, I just had this idea how to make the dark forest feel different. Well, what if we did like these skinny fir trees with these really gnarled trunks and we did the giant mushroom thing? Like, how would that look? So that's why. What was I doing? I was fixing the collision. Over here, we needed some more shrubs. So let me move the Viz cam over here. Oh, we got to save that. And then we have to go into our main scene and turn on the dark forest too. Oh, I forgot. I can also cross off this bridge in mushroom. Done. Yay. And I'm pretty sure, yeah, I can knock these out so fast. I could probably do like 10 in a day. But anyway, let me fill out the bushes here. Come on now. Come on. Let me select. Let me click. Please, please, God, please, anything. I'll do anything. There we go. Okay. So we just want like the bushes to go all the way to the water, just to indicate that you can't go here. I'll flip this one. Make it smaller. Probably going to need even more bush support, unfortunately. I'll flip this one. Oh, unfortunately, that's really like very repeaty. I don't like it. Let's get the really big cumulo bush going over here. Just completely flood this area with More bush. Try to turn this one on its side. Some coverage. Let's get a really big one of these over here. Okay, and surely there's another. Let's get Cumulo 4. There we go. It's a different kind of bush at least. Looks pretty ugly. What if we flipped this? How about that? And let me see where the wall actually goes. Let's go walls 1. 1. Click on that. Okay, so we can see where the wall actually is. We really want this bush closer. So we want to push this bush this way and then this one. We want to really prescribe the walls because players get so pissed off about invisible walls. So looking at the viz cam, it looks like that wall will be prescribed enough. So we're good. Get another bush down here. Just make sure it's completely thick all the way up to the pond's edge, I think in this case is what we want. And we'll fill all of this in as well. Flip this. There we go. Okay, I think we're good. I think that's good enough coverage. Put one more here. It's a little bit noisy, a little bit chaotic. Maybe we want like a couple dead trees. Might look nice, like some of these. Just stick them in there. I don't actually want it cutting off the path, so I'm going to scale it down and just move it over here. Let's get this other one. Oh, is that the same one? Is that the same kind of tree? Yeah, it is. Guess we don't have much variety. Why don't we get this little scrawny bastard here? Floppy tree. Theat says, could you write a script to do this and then touch it up by hand? I don't think so. I personally don't think so. I think it's too specific. Like, this area is filled with just these sort of cumulo shrubs. There's no other area that's just filled with them. Like, this lake has rocks, has these particular jaggy rocks all around it, but this lake doesn't have that. It doesn't have any jaggy rocks. This one we went with the lily pads and then the round rocks all around. This lake is completely different in that it's bordered with these trees. Do you see what I mean? Like, every lake has a different shtick, and we try to do that with every single square inch of the entire world. And it's why our games are really pretty. We just try to find, like, what's this area's visual shtick, and we try to make it visually distinct. And that's why we don't even need a GPS marker in our games, because people know where everything is. They literally remember the entire map instantly. Like, the first time they ever pass something in our map, they remember everything about it. They remember, oh, that's like that one part of the mushroom area. You take the left turn after the big mushroom thing, and then there's that lake with all the rocks. Like, they remember everything. And that's because we work really hard to make every single square inch completely unique. And if we just had a script just randomly scatter, I mean, I could easily, like, if I wanted to randomly scatter, like, I could easily just like, we'll just, cover this and go over here and go. I could cover so much ground by just copying a bunch of crap and over again. And it would be even better than some kind of script that scatters. I could even select this entire area and copy it a bunch of times. And sometimes I do. If I really want to block in a big area, I might just grab an entire swath of trees and dead shrubs and rocks and everything, the whole shebang, and I'll copy that like 5 times and I'll fill out the entire area, and then maybe I'll cut a path through it or something. But I haven't really found I haven't found that procedurally generating really gives me a starting point that saves me any time. Then I'm just kind of fighting the procedural generation to try to make it not look procedurally generated. I think that fills that out pretty good. So that's the other thing I wanted to do. So I can turn off the viz and then apply. But our worlds aren't that big either, so it's kind of the selling point. Like an Eastshade Studios game is a grand garden, and people know that. I think people who played Eastshade and then they play the Glimmerwick demo, they're like, oh shit, this is another grand garden. I want to explore every single corner. For anyone who's played the Glimmerwick demo, I'm sure you can back me up on this. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but you probably feel like you are, I don't want to say desperate because that sounds too self-congratulatory, but you're very eager to see every square inch of the world because you genuinely feel that every square inch of the world is worth seeing, that like there is absolutely something there, not just content, but also visually different, and just like everything's there for a reason, and it all looks like really unique and exciting to explore. And I think that the reason why our worlds do that is because of the way we build them. And I think that procedural generation is sort of running in the wrong direction for what the selling point of our games are. Werba says generic levels is what kills modern RPGs. They have a lot of content, but everything feels the same. Yeah, I can feel that. A script could add random variations so it doesn't look copied. But then you can try. I mean, maybe someone smarter than me can. I personally can't. I'm not gonna be able to code. It would take me longer to code all the variations that I'm making than just putting them down by hand. That's what I feel like anyway. But like, I mean, we already do it pretty fast, right? Like, I don't know. It didn't take that long. Moving on now. This needs to be reprojected. I would really like to reproject that. Let me reproject that right now. Leafkin. Leafkin 03. Let's save this. Let me see if I can find Leafkin 03. I think that this is probably going to be in here. Let's check. No, I'm quite confident though. I'm quite confident. Like the hard part about making that, like, look at this chunk of map. What would procedurally generating get me? Because it didn't take me a long time to scatter a bunch of trees. It took me a long time to figure out what the shtick was going to be. Like what kind of trees are we going to scatter? How are they going to be scattered? We got the mountains on each side here. The procedural generation is not going to randomly put down mountains unless I tell it to put in mountains. But the hard part was figuring out that I should have mountains buttressed up against the paths. The hard part about figuring out the shtick for this area was, okay, I'm going to pilfer this area, not pilfer, perforate. That's the word. Sorry, guys. I'm going to perforate this area with these big ponds. They're going to be these shallow ponds. It's a very specific shtick. You see what I mean? There's no procedural generations that's just going to randomly give you these shallow ponds. Again, unless you very specifically made parameters to give you that. But then again, it wasn't it took me one day to make a bunch of shallow ponds. The hard part was figuring out the idea to make a bunch of shallow ponds, specifically a bunch of shallow ponds with this path and this boardwalk coming through it and these rooty trees that are all sticking up, and then all of these big mushrooms that are sort of like hanging over the path. All of those choices, and I probably have the VODs for it because I made a lot of this on stream. I just remember trying so much stuff and being like, that doesn't look good. That doesn't look good. That looks stupid. Oh, that doesn't, oh, well, there's something here. This could work. Let's try that. And if I did it procedurally, I don't know, I would just be having to, it would have kind of been the same thing, right? Just trying to make parameters to put things in. but I don't think it would have helped me make this. Look how specifically all these areas are designed. Like this is clearly a whole different biome. Over here, we've got all of these dead trees, you see, and then we have all the mist going right along the path. It's all very specifically made. And it's all authored to the camera, so it doesn't really look great from this angle, but it looks cool from the camera anyway. Let's see if we've got the tree. We do. We have the tree that we want in here. So I've been wanting to fix the projection on this tree forever. So let me just. Oh, this is Elma. Oh, so you're fine. We don't need to fix you. This is a leafkin too. Let's go to cone. Actually, we'll just get everything to cone. But, well, I won't say that we never use procedural generation. Like for East Shade, I used a program called World Machine to to basically add some sort of purlin noise to the terrain to make it look more terrainy. I sort of blocked it in, and then I took that height map and then added the purlin noise to make the peaks and stuff. So it has its place, but I don't think prop scattering is helpful for the way that we work. On eShade, we had a stamper tool that we could select an entire area, and then we could make a stamp out of it, and then we could just like move it to another place on the map, and it would adjust all the heights of all of the props to adhere to the terrain just by doing a raycast. And that was much better than actually procedurally prop scattering, because we did all these really careful things. Like there's all these saplings and rocks kind of clustered at the bases of the trees in each shade, and then the sort of bushes go along that, and then the bushes have smaller bushes that are sort of buttressed up against the bottom edge. So we have all these really specific growth patterns that we hand author, and then we just copy those with the stamping tool. If we wanted to procedurally generate it, we'd have to be coding in all those patterns, and I think it would just be slower. It's easier just to copy them and then have them adjust the heights. I don't know. There's a lot of different ways to do it, and I think every studio has their own shtick. But we're very like non-procedural generation, I guess, is the way we work. Okay, let me catch up totally. I was more eager to get the farm going. Oh, interesting. Okay. Drip Advisor says life would be a whole lot easier if flies could feel fear. Oh, I hate flies so much. Fiat says to explore the crafting system. Interesting. Okay. Well, maybe that's one of the reasons why you don't see every designer has a different player inside them. And if the Grand Garden thing doesn't appeal to you that much, then I definitely think that, you wouldn't want to do that for your own game. You would probably want to go in a more procedural direction, which is awesome. But yeah, I can see if that Grand Garden design is kind of just like bounces off you, then it's potato, right? What's the point of doing all this handcrafted stuff? It doesn't enhance the game for you then. Yeah. Werbus says, it is possible to make generic levels feel very well, but you need specialists that is passionate. Ryan JQ says, hi, by the way. Do you know what is for dinner? Oh, no, I have no idea. I'm really hungry, though. Haidai says, works great for Minecraft because of cubes. Well, yeah, it's a different kind of game for sure. Werbus says, it works for creativity and mechanics. Yeah, definitely a different kind of game. I think more like a dev than an artist. I gotcha. Yeah, I'm definitely at the other end of the spectrum. I'm a dirty artist. What favorite foods has Oliver developed? Just anything sweet, just candy. He eats these things called tractor wheels. They're just like oat bars. They're all right. They're not that bad for you, but that's like most of his calories comes from these oat bars that are made out of oat flour. Okay, so I'm gonna make sure to get, it looks like the roots have expanded here. Just make sure to get those. So I'm gonna global. Hey, Kaido, welcome, welcome. Let's make sure we've got plenty at the bottom here. Man, we're really losing a lot of the bottom of this tree. That's crazy. Oops. I just want the bottom of this, so I'm going to project and then hopefully... Perfect. Okay, wow, we need even more. That is crazy how much this tree has been extended. Let's pull this way forward. Looks like we need a lot more space because the texture has just really expanded a lot. Okay, and I projected it. And then let's just get it exactly the right size here. Perfect. And then I'll grab these edges. Awesome. And now I'll go around and cut out the bits we don't need. So almost this entire thing, it looks like actually there is a little bit here that we want to keep around. So I'll keep that around. Let's delete this. And then I'll just make the cut exactly where we need it. All right. Got a little bit of this green patch over here we don't need, so I'm just going to cut that off. Seems like we don't need any of that. Okay, perfect. And now I just want to find its parents, which is this. Yeah. Okay. So we got leafkin 3. All the other stuff looks like we don't need to export. So I'm going to convert all that stuff to cones, which for my exporter just means it won't export. And I know that I have a card that says Martha, something about Martha. No, it's not Martha. It's Chrysanthe, or what's her name? What is the name of this tree? Cannot remember. Leafkin 3, Elma. Okay, let's find Elma. There's a card about Elma somewhere. Elma needs to be reprojected around the trunk. Done. Scroll to the top of this list. Cool. Well, it's about to be done anyway. Okay, let's export. Oh no! We need to make sure that that's writable, so we need to check out that file. It's going to be leafkin 3. Leafkin 3. Check it out. Export. Okay, the only problem is it looks like... What happened here? Oh, it's just clipping through the ground. Okay, so we're going to leave that in place, and I just want to grab our leafkin 3 mesh and just raise it ever so slightly so that it's completely above that shadow. Cool. All right, and that should do it. Oh, let's go ahead and apply that change since we've been working in the main scene. Kaido says, I use 2.7. It's the best. Oh, it's better than the modern version. I don't even know what version I'm using. 2.79. Oh, wow. You might be the only person that also uses the same old version of Blender that I do. I just haven't found a reason to upgrade. Okay, so happy we fixed that Elma. Let's go ahead and move on to the restoration animation. So here, let's get our sun. Actually, I'll crack open this prefab and let's find the sun. Dark Forest sun. It's in the lighting group, which is, I guess I'll just put it right above the restoration animation, and we'll make sure to hook up our new sun. I think that that's all we need to do. Now we just need to pick some good, we need to pick a good pan area. So let's save this. We might have to swap out the animation. Okay, what do we got here? So this is what we've got now. And if I turn on the animation, I can probably just play it. Look at that. It just already works. We can even see the sun changing the area. This is awesome. This is really great deal. Now we just need to find the most beautiful part of the of Dark Forest 2. This is certainly a detailed area right here. Is it the most beautiful area? And let's see how it works with the camera pan as well. It's a little bit chaotic. I think we can probably do better. I actually think where you enter might be one of the more pretty areas. A little bit chaotic. Actually, it's really funny. The area that we just randomly placed the camera is actually pretty good. I think the path sort of moves in the right direction. Yeah, I'm going to try to get some more of that like foreground by just moving everything down, which should make the mushrooms kind of reach into the foreground a little bit more and get a little bit more parallax. It's actually a very beautiful spot. Surprising. It seems like the angle might have changed. Like, I do think we want to make sure that the angle of the sun is the same. So Dark Forest sun, let's copy the transform, copy component, and then restored sun, we need to paste the transforms there. No, we still had this weird little pop, and I actually don't know what it is. There's a little tiny pop right here of when we're going between. It's really just, I don't know what it is. Is it the shadow? I don't know what else is being keyed, right? It's literally just the light intensity. It might be the case if I turn off Dark Forest Sun, we won't see this. Yes, okay, so we're totally fine because Dark Forest Sun will be off. Okay, let's check out the restored sun. So I just want to look at the color. So we don't even mess with the color, or oh no, we do animate the color. Okay, so let's go to the last key here and then check out that sun. And I just want to make it a little bit more red and a little bit less colorful. Just looks. Yeah, we'll try doing like this. Just let a little bit more of the other colors breathe. And then we absolutely need some God rays. So let's put some God rays in the scene. I don't know where they're going to be coming from. I guess they'd have to be coming from like the right here. So let's find our sunbeams, if we have any. I'm pretty pleased with that though. Let's apply whatever we did. Oh, thanks, Kaido. Thanks for the kind words. Appreciate that. Oh, glad you dig it, WordBus. All right, and then the spores should fade away. We definitely need a big spore effect. So let's make sure we have that. Nocturne spore, toxic spores. Oh, you know, I don't think we have any spore effects over the whole world here. So we need those. We need them bad. So let's go to Dark Forest 1, or just Dark Forest. And let's try to find some of these spores. This should be one. There we go. Dark Forest ambient spore. So we'll copy that and we'll go over to our Dark Forest 2. And then we're going to paste. Especially right here, we want to paste. Okay, where are you? You went way over there, huh? And let's just put it right here, right where that camera's going to go. Okay. How do we look? Oh, we can't really see anything because we're in the prefab level. But we do need some more spores, so I guess we can put some spores here. Maybe some spores here. Maybe some over here. And maybe one last one over here. Okay, but we need some sunbeams too. So let's find sunbeams or light shafts. Light shaft. Oh, there's no light shafts in this. Oh, we need some light shafts. Okay, so let's go to Dark Forest 1 and get the light shafts. It's just Dark Forest. Let's get the light shaft. Okay, sunbeam. Go ahead and copy that. Back to Dark Forest 2. Oops, and then we just paste. So let's paste. Paste it in there. Sunbeams all the way over there. And let's just find a spot that works. So I'll just, for starters, just place it right here over the path. Oh my gosh, why are you so far out? Just sort of rotate it a little bit. Rotate it down a little bit, move it over to the left. How's that gonna look? Let's save that. And then in order to actually see how it looks, we're probably gonna have to back out and look in the main view. Dark Forest 2, here we go. Okay, and then let's click on our restoration animation. Hey. Where are my sunbeams? Where are my light shafts? What's going on here? Sunbeams. So they're definitely right there. I don't know. It's kind of weird. They're all the way at the bottom. Let me collapse this. Here's the sunbeams. I'll go ahead and put them. Cancel. Oh, yeah, you can't reorder stuff in a stupid prefab. Oh, because they're a particle. Right. Because they're a particle, they're not going to show up. Okay, that's fine. Well, we can definitely afford to move them down a little bit. Oh, yeah, that's great. Oh, that's peachy. That's absolutely perfect. Kind of rotate them up so they don't intersect the ground quite so much. And they're out of the way. They're not on the path. They're exactly what I wanted. Okay, we've got one coming over here. It looks like, yeah, it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, so in the actual game, we will see it in action. It'll be perfect. Okay, let's go ahead and apply that. I'm going to see if I can pull off the transition from Dark Forest 1 to Dark Forest 2. But I guess first we'll just see if the animation is working for Dark Forest 2. So we got to go to the restoration start settings. Okay, what did we call it here? Forest restoration cutscene. Okay, let's add R1, restore forest anim. So now the second we enter Dark Forest 2, it should immediately go to the animation. Let's just make sure we're actually hooked up to enter Dark Forest 2. We are. So now when we go in, hopefully we'll just see the spores go away and the sun shafts come and everything will look very beautiful. Where are the freaking sun shafts, dude? Like, literally, what the hell is going on? Why is it like this? Okay. We placed them. We placed them fine. Let's go all the way to the bottom here and look at the sunbeams. Turn them off and on. They're simply not, they're choosing to not show up. So what did I do wrong? Sun shaft. Why is it not showing up? I don't understand it. What is so weird about this environment that does not show sun shafts? Is it the rotation of the... Is it the rotation of the sun or something? Let's see. Maybe they're shy. Okay, let's turn on the Dark Forest sun. So that still doesn't make the sun shafts show up. Let's change the angle. The angle's not doing anything. I'm completely at a loss. I don't understand why the sunbeams wouldn't be showing up. So let's... So they are... The particle is playing. Like, I can see the particle. It's just the material, for whatever reason, is... It does have the toxic spore thing. I can barely see the material here. Is it a draw order thing? Is it that they're just not drawing in front of the water? It's the only thing I can think of. Try setting this to 5,000. That didn't do it. I didn't think it was. So what is going on here? I'm completely at a loss. These are particles then put behind some shader, can do not display them. It seems like the draw order is correct. I mean, they're definitely working elsewhere, so I don't know why they're working. Like, they're working in Dark Forest 1. Actually, as a sanity check, we can go ahead and check. We'll just have it hook us up to Dark Forest 1 here, and then we'll head in. Hey, Joseph Stubborn. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so here's Dark Forest 1, and there's our beautiful sun shafts. And look, they look great. So I don't know why they're not showing up. Warbus says, I have a similar problem before, and it's not draw order. It's just not display particle over surfaces with specific shaders. But I don't have all the same shaders in Dark Forest 1, so I don't know why it would only work in Dark Forest 1 and not Dark Forest 2. It's the same material and the same prefab and everything. Plus, I can see it right now. I mean, it's literally working. You guys can see that, right? There it is. So I don't know why it's only not working in play mode. Like, what is that? That's so weird. Okay, maybe I'll turn on the restoration animation. We'll just... Okay, it's literally working in prefab mode. So what the hell? I mean, it's doing it. It's right there. I don't know what to make of that. Let's go back to Dark Forest 2. And then walk in there. Let's see. Move it outside water. But I saw it in front of the water. I just saw it in front of the water. Hmm. I'm a little bit annoyed. What am I supposed to do? I don't even know how to proceed. Because I don't know what even... I don't even know what to try. They just magically don't work. But only in play mode. Oh my God, it's so laggy. I can't do anything. I don't think restarting Unity would do it. I just replaced particle shader to default one. Somehow it helps. Okay, well, I mean, I have very specific shaders. The only thing I can think of is maybe, maybe the toxic spore thing is messing with it. But no, but then it wouldn't work in the other one. So yeah, it just doesn't make any sense to me. I have no idea what's going on. I could try changing the, yeah, I could at least weed out, is it a material thing? So additive ambient surf. So we could just try particle. Okay, so it does work with additive. So it definitely is a material thing. So it just doesn't want to render. Oh, is it the ambient factor? Yes, that's what it is. Okay. So for some reason, when the ambient factor is black, it doesn't want to show. So that's why. Okay, finally. Now, I don't know why the draw order went down so much, but it's because the ambient factor was 1. Okay. And that's why it worked in one scene and not the other, because this scene, I'm pretty sure, has a black ambient factor. Or sorry, it has a black ambient color. So that's why it was completely affected. But I can't just change the ambient factor for the shader because that is going to be too big of a change. I need to make different... I need to version off the thing. So let's go sunbeams. It's too risky. These are used all over everywhere in the game, so that's why. And the reason it works in prefab mode is because prefab mode does not respect the ambient color of my prefab scenes or whatever. All right, so let's do Sunshaft. I'm going to call this like Sunshaft Dark Forest 2. That was actually a good tip, though, Werbus, when you said that it was a shader thing, that you just need to change the shader to the defaults. That was actually helpful because once I knew it was a shader thing, yeah, it was helpful. I'm going to revert the change to just the Sunshaft shader because it looks like the draw order went down to 3,000. I don't know why that happens. It should be 4,010. And then for this one, we're going to go Sunshaft Dark Forest 2. And the draw order needs to be 4,010. At least. And then we have the ambient factor of 0.5. And that should make it work. It looks pretty bright in this scene. But we'll just have to see how it looks. Yeah, it looks really bright. I think we might need the ambient factor to be more like 0.7. If I do 1, it's going to go... Oh, right. Okay, so knowing the ambient factor is going to be black. Well, I mean, clearly it looks completely different in game, so we'll just have to look at it. Oh, please. Okay, so it's already really bright. So I'm going to need to mess with the ambient factor. So a lower ambient factor makes it brighter. A higher ambient factor makes it darker. So like 0.95 seems like that's what we'll probably have to do, something like that. That's already pretty bright, maybe brighter than we even want. but it's supposed to be kind of cheesy anyway. This texture has been bothering me for a very long time. The one that floats right here, I think it is. Yeah, because it's so low res. It's fake warm light. It's this one right here. And because it's so low res, we tend to blow it up really big. I'd really love to upscale it. I don't want to change anything about it. So I would need to be really careful. But I think it would make the game look a lot better if I could find a way to increase the resolution of it, potentially to 2048. So I think I'll use a AI upscale. You'd think Adobe would have an AI upscale. It's really weird that they don't. I don't know why they don't. There's also this weird like tiling problem, so let me get a nice soft brush and fix this tiling problem right now. Okay, I don't know why the top one is so thick. There we go. Select that and just delete off of every single other thing there. And here we can export. Actually, we don't need the gradient because that's going to upscale fine. We just need this part. And it's already pretty blurry. It's actually potentially even blurrier than 512 will get us. Oh no, there, now we're at 100%. So let's see, export, quick export. Actually, I don't want to do PNG. Well, PNG is fine. Quick export is PNG. I'll just put it onto the desktop, do decal shadow grassy. Let's see. Gaverion, thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. Okay, so on the desktop, we've got this, what is it called? Decal shadow grassy, and I want to do the AI upscale. I pay for one of them that I can never remember the name of. I just can't remember the name of. I know it has an algorithm it calls like Waifu 2x or something. Oh, there it is, Advanced AI. Okay. I'll just log in over here. This is the only acceptable, one of the only acceptable uses for AI. Why does it not remember my password and stuff? Oh my God. Okay, guys, I'm going to be right back. Guys, I've been on a journey. Been on a journey through every goddamn image upscaler on the internet, every free image upscaler. And I have a amalgamation of 3 different ones. Some of them have certain aspects that I like, and others have other aspects, so I'm just kind of averaging them all together. But anyway, it should look much better than the original, which is this. Oh, that actually doesn't look, well, okay. Yeah, no, it definitely is going to look a lot sharper there. Okay, cool. So anyway, I'm going to merge these all together, and I need to just select one channel here and flood fill it with white. So flood fill it with white, and then original low res grunge. Is that actually the original low res? This is literally nothing. I don't even know what that is. This is the original low res. Low res. Okay. Altalena says, if you're looking for the one you pay for, did you try checking your email for receipts? No, I didn't end up paying for it just because it was going to be really expensive. I think they like upped their prices or something because I didn't have any more credits left. So I was just like, whatever, I'll do a free one. So there's the original low res free one, and then the upscaled one here. Upscaled. Border cleanup mask, we'll call that. Okay. And it's a 2048. And I don't know if we should leave it at 2048. It seems a little ridiculous, but I will just save that. And let's see if it looks much nicer. Curious to walk through. So I've been wanting to upscale that. We upscaled it. I'm curious to walk through now with, come on now. Restoration. Should just be able to walk through the dark forest. I don't know what's going on. I don't remember what I named the script, but we will find it. It's restoration anim. It's dark forest restoration. I don't know. I typed in restoration. I don't know why it wasn't showing up. Anyway, it's this bool right here that we just need to add so that we can walk through. It should be restoring anim complete. So I need to put that into our start settings. Right here, and that will allow us just to explore with the restored version of the world. Might be a little oversaturated, but I'm really curious to see what the entire Dark Forest 2 looks like. Completely restored. And I'll go down to Dark Forest 1 and check that out as well. Oh, it's so annoying. It's really hard to interact with that door, but that door is not normally interactive, so we don't have to worry about it. What the hell is this? It seems like our update to that texture. Oh, because we left the black. Ha! Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay. It's all very bright, I'll tell you that much. Looks a little bit dopey. It's too bright. Oops. Okay, I guess we're going down to Dark Forest 1. I hated that camera jerk. It's like everything looks blurrier. We're not going to get back to Dark Forest 2 now. Come on, man. What is that? That crazy shot? We just need like... The culling needs to be wider because we're getting things disappearing and appearing. Yeah, I can't tell. Is it the saturation too high? Or is it... I mean, this is supposed to be more glorious. It's tough because the Dark Forest, I mean, I spent so long making it look good with the other lighting settings, so it's going to be hard to just beat it in an afternoon. But it's like too saturated for my taste. Let me try to turn down the sun, see if that makes it look better. Because we definitely don't... The effect is very strong, so I don't think we have to go full sun power here. Okay, I mean, that already looks much better to me. It's still a little oversaturated. But clearly we don't have to go all the way up to 4. I wonder if people will be upset, like they feel like they ruined the Dark Forest. Yeah, maybe it shouldn't be such a dramatic thing. Just a little bit brighter. Okay. Yeah. Hello, Alejandro. Welcome. Alejandro says, I like the graphics of your game. What software? We use Photoshop and Blender. Hello, Laconda. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so let's go to Dark Forest 2. And at least turn down the sun power. So in the restoration animation, we'll at least go to the end here and look at that restored sun and change it from 3 to 2.5. Hopefully that is a start anyway. I also wonder, is there some kind of culling grid that we can change? Because seems like the culling grid needs to get wider when we're in the Dark Forest. Let's look at Dark Forest 1. Dark Forest. One of these is probably going to be Dark Forest. Oh, come on now. Here's... There it is, Dark Forest. Okay. All right, I see it. So there it is. And then let's look at the culling grid. So here's the culling grid. Ah, dynamic exterior. Is the culling grid in here? Come on now. Culling grid. Let's click on the culling grid. No! There it is. All right. So there's the culling grid, and we just need a wider camera, I guess. And I don't actually know where to do that. Oh, there's the viewpoint cull margin. The viewport cull margin. It doesn't seem like we can actually change it to. Somebody is holding it to 1.65. I don't know who. That's odd. But it certainly needs to be wider in the Dark Forest. Let's look at the culling grid. Oh, there's an initial cull margin. Maybe I'll give this to Jenny. I will, because she's the one who added the cull margin needs to increase in dark forests because shadows. Well, you know what? One thing I could do instead is actually go into Dark Forest 1. So let me turn off this. Could go into Dark Forest and take a look at the really huge shadow casters, which I'm pretty sure is what is actually casting these shadows. Pretty sure we have these fake shadow casters that are casting all of these shadows above here. So there's, yeah, all these, no, these are drop shadows. Here's our shadow caster. So, shadow caster. I'll just select all of the shadow casters. There's not that many of them. Oh, it's actually part of a prefab. I wonder. We could make it so that they never cull. So giant tree is a prefab. We can take its shadow caster. Shadows only. Culling grid excludes. So it already excludes from the culling grid. Interesting. So I wonder why. We've got to figure out who is casting the shadow right here. But why can't I see any shadows at all right now? We have light on. I don't see any shadows. Someone doesn't seem to be excluded from the culling grid. Anyway, let's explore a little bit more. Alejandro said, oh, no worries about your English. Alejandro asked, what tablets used for drawing? Jacqueline, who is my wife and the lead artist of this game, and she drew most everything in the game. She used to use an Intuos 4, but she got a new one. I don't know what it is. Okay, well, actually, that looks kind of cool. It looks all right. It's definitely the most cheerful thing we have in Glimmerwick is like, these need to go away. Let me just make a potion to make it go away. Spore neutralizer. Give myself a spore neutralizer, big fat stack of it. Wow, even this area ended up looking really cool. Like, I like the way this area looks with the brighter aesthetic. So I'm really happy about that. And then so when you come out of the Tangle Knot gate, God, these props look so good. What? They look so good. This looks great. Okay, so when you come out of the Tangle Knot gate, this is how everything will look, which is peachy. I think it looks really nice. You walk through this area, it doesn't look too spooky or anything. It just looks dope. Wow. The Dark Forest looks really great in some areas with the light, so I'm happy about that. Thanks, Altalina. These we need to use more of. This is ridiculous. Those look way too cool. We barely use those little purple ones at all. Okay, I'm going to go down to Dark Forest 1. Actually, I'll go ahead and set the time scale to 5, just so we can get down way quicker. Oh, I saw something disappear. I don't know. Anyway. Okay, set the time scale back to 1, and I just want to see if I can figure out what's going on. I hate that weird little camera jerk. Why does it do that? Okay. So there is our shadow caster. So somebody is casting that shadow, and I need to figure out who. Somebody is not on the culling exclude. And who is it? It's got to be one of those big shadow casters. There's just no other way. So let's go shadow caster. And I'll select every single one of them. And I will turn off my search. And I'll just, as a sanity check, turn them all off. There it is. So clearly we have one of them. But which one? Which one is it? It probably is the one that is underneath this giant tree, but it's not. So it's one of these, but I don't know which one. I'll just have to go through every single one. It's probably close to, there's one right there. I don't think it's that one. I think it's going to be one more over to the right. Ah. Look, these ones don't have culling grid excludes. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, we're in business. We're in business. It's got to be one. It's got to be one. Yeah, there it is. It's right there. Look at all these shadow casters. They don't have the culling grid excludes. So all we need to do is put the culling grid exclude on here. And I don't know if it's going to work at runtime. It doesn't. I think culling grid exclude is just going to work when we start. Okay, I'm really pleased with that. I think lowering the value from 3 to 2.5 seems to have made a really big difference. And it looks very cheery now. So we might want to do a bunch of butterflies everywhere. Maybe that would be a nice touch. But we need to go into Dark Forest and make sure all of our shadow casters seems to be all the ones under here don't have culling grid excludes. So that should fix that problem. And then go ahead and just save. And I'm pretty sure that is all we need to do. I think it'll just start working now. Phew. Okay, cool. We definitely need to make all the toxic spore clouds go away, but that shouldn't be too hard either. I Hate that little camera jolt. I don't understand why it does it. Okay, cool. We fixed that. Really happy about that. Awesome. All right, folks. I'm going to have to call that a stream. I've been sitting for a long time. Has it been 6 hours? Yep, 6 hours almost. I am going to say goodbye. I want to thank everyone for hanging out. If you're new to the stream, the game that we're making is called Songs of Glimmerwick. It's a Witch Academy RPG where the magic of the world is music. Please check it out. And if it seems like your cup of tea, play our demo. Our demo is free. It's available right now. It's over 2 hours. People love it. Play the demo and see if it's your cup of tea. And then, you know, if it is, then it's not going to be too long before we release the full game. And yeah, maybe purchase it if you like the demo, which I think you will. So play it. Thanks, everyone. Hopefully I'll catch some of y'all next time. Bye-bye.